Poor girl saves an old weak lady from rogues, unaware she's Alpha's mother. Now her life is changed when a poor village girl saves a mysterious old woman from bandits. She unknowingly rescues the mother of a powerful werewolf Alpha and awakens an ancient debt that will bind her fate to his forever. What began as a simple act of kindness becomes a supernatural love story that could either unite two worlds or destroy them both. Chapter 1. Blood on the Forest Road. The scream tore through Blackwood Forest like a blade through silk. Mira's calloused fingers froze on the herb basket, her pulse thundering as the desperate cry shattered the afternoon stillness. She'd been collecting medicinal plants for the village healer when terror pierced the ancient oaks, pure human anguish, not any woodland creature's call. Through dense undergrowth, movement caught her eye on the road below. 3 armed figures surrounded a lone traveler, an elderly woman in torn silk robes, silver hair wild, gripping a walking stick like a weapon. Highway thieves, predators who haunted these paths, preying on foolish souls who dared venture through werewolf territory without protection. "Please," the woman's refined voice carried upward, elegant even in fear. "I carry nothing valuable." Mira pressed against a massive oak, survival instincts screaming at her to remain hidden. What could a peasant girl accomplish against armed bandits? No training, no weapons, no allies, just helpless observation while evil unfolded. But when one thief backhanded the woman, sending her sprawling into muddy earth, something fiercer than terror blazed through Mira's chest. Grandmother's voice whispered from memory. "When you witness suffering, child, you act. That separates humans from beasts." Without conscious thought, Mira seized the heaviest stone within reach and plunged down the hillside like divine retribution. The first bandit never glimpsed his doom. Her projectile struck his temple, dropping him instantly. The second whirled toward her with steel drawn, but Mira moved like lightning, her herb knife slashing his sword arm to bone. "Run!" she shouted to the fallen woman, dodging the third attacker's wild swing. What happened next defied comprehension. The remaining bandits glimpsed their intended victim and went pale as winter moonlight. Instead of pressing their assault, they grabbed their wounded companion and fled into the forest as if demons pursued them. "My dear child," the woman said, rising with surprising grace. "You cannot imagine what you've accomplished." Mira steadied her, noting fine fabric quality and expensive jewels glittering at her throat. "Are you injured, my lady?" "Nothing time won't heal." The woman studied Mira with eyes sharp as winter steel. "But you risked everything for a stranger." "Why?" "Because it was right." The answer came without hesitation, simple and absolute. The woman smiled, and something predatory flickered behind her gratitude. "I am Lady Cordelia Ravenclaw, and you, brave child, have bound yourself to a destiny that will reshape your existence forever." Before Mira could question her meaning, hoofbeats thundered through the forest. A column of mounted warriors in black and silver emerged on the road, their commander a figure whose mere presence seemed to darken the surrounding air. Lord Adrian Ravenclaw dismounted with fluid grace, amber eyes blazing as he absorbed the scene. His mother's torn clothing, blood on Mira's blade, obvious signs of violence. "Mother," he said, his voice carrying undertones that made Mira's skin prickle with unease. "Explain what transpired here." "This courageous girl rescued me from bandits who fled at my identity's revelation." Lady Cordelia's smile held secrets Mira couldn't decipher. "I believe ancient laws apply, do they not?" Adrian's gaze fixed on Mira with predatory intensity. He was beautiful like storms were beautiful, dangerous, overwhelming, capable of destruction. When he smiled, she glimpsed canine teeth too sharp for human mouths. "Indeed they do," Adrian said softly. "By ancient law, a life debt binds us. You will accompany us to Ravenclaw Castle, girl. Your existence belongs to our house now." Mira felt reality shift beneath her feet. She'd rescued an elderly woman from thieves and somehow became property of werewolf nobility. The village stories were true. The Ravenclaw family transcended humanity. I have kin in the village, Mira protested weakly. They'll worry if I don't return. They'll be informed you've entered noble service, Adrian replied with casual authority. A tremendous honor for a peasant. As his men assisted her onto a spare horse, Mira caught Lady Cordelia watching with calculating eyes. The old woman mouthed a single word that chilled her blood. Perfect. The journey to Ravenclaw Castle passed in blurred forest and gathering dusk. When they emerged from treeline, Mira gasped at the sight before her, a fortress of black stone growing from the mountainside itself, towers clawing at the sky like hungry talons. Welcome to your new home, Adrian said, his voice carrying dark amusement. Try not to disappoint us. As they rode through gates resembling iron teeth, Mira realized one act of kindness had trapped her forever. The question remained whether she'd saved a life or doomed herself to something worse than death. Behind them, the forest whispered with sounds definitely not human. Ahead lay a castle, harboring secrets that would test everything she believed about courage, loyalty, and love. Chapter 2. Castle of Shadows. Ravenclaw Castle was a fortress designed for monsters. Mira sensed eyes tracking her from every shadow as servants guided her through corridors lit by torches casting dancing shadows on stone walls. The air hummed with tension she couldn't identify, and repeatedly she glimpsed movements that shouldn't exist, figures moving too swiftly, sounds not quite human. This shall be your chamber, announced Martha, the head servant, opening a heavy wooden door. Lady Cordelia requested you be housed in the east wing. The room dwarfed Mira's entire family cottage, furnished with a bed accommodating 4 and tapestries worth more than her village produced annually. Through the arched window, forest stretched endlessly toward distant peaks. It's too grand, Mira protested. Surely servants don't— You're not precisely a servant, Martha interrupted, her weathered face creasing with possible sympathy. Life debt makes you complicated. Neither servant nor guest, but something between. What does that mean exactly? Martha glanced toward the door, then stepped closer. It means you belong to House Ravenclaw now, body and soul. The debt can only be paid through service or— She paused. Well, let's hope service proves sufficient. Before Mira could ask about alternatives, knocking echoed from the doorway. A young man in Ravenclaw livery bowed respectfully. Lady Cordelia requests your presence in the solar, he announced. Immediately. The solar proved to be a sun-filled chamber at the castle's heart, where Lady Cordelia sat beside a massive fireplace reading from an ancient tome. She'd changed from torn traveling clothes into midnight blue that made her silver hair shine like moonlight. Sit, child, Lady Cordelia commanded without looking up. We have much to discuss. Mira perched on a chair, probably costing more than her father earned in 5 years. My lady, I need to send word to my family. Already handled. They've been told you're serving in a noble household and will send coins home regularly. Lady Cordelia finally looked up, pale eyes holding unfathomable depths. You're worried they'll think poorly of you for abandoning them. I didn't abandon anyone. I simply helped you when bandits attacked me, yes. Very heroic. Lady Cordelia closed the book with a thunder-like sound. Tell me, Mira of Greenhollow, what do you know of werewolf law? The direct question made Mira's mouth go dry. I know the stories, ancient bloodlines, territorial disputes, the law of fang and claw. Stories often understate reality. Lady Cordelia rose and moved to the window, a silk gown rustling like leaves in the wind. By saving my life, you've created a blood debt binding you to this house until it's repaid. How is such a debt repaid? Service, loyalty, sacrifice if necessary. The older woman's smile held edges sharp enough to cut. Or marriage into the bloodline, which transfers the debt to your children. Mira felt ice spreading through her veins. Marriage? Adrian needs a mate. Strong bloodlines require careful cultivation, and you've proven yourself remarkable. Lady Cordelia turned from the window. pale eyes gleaming. A peasant girl who risks her life for strangers shows the character our house requires. I won't be sold like livestock, Mira said, rising with dignity her grandmother had instilled. Sold? Oh, my dear child, you misunderstand. Lady Cordelia's laugh carried notes that raised hair on Mira's arms. You won't be sold. You'll be courted, wooed, given every luxury wealth provides. But make no mistake, the debt binds you here until it's paid. Before Mira could respond, the solar door burst open without ceremony. Adrian strode in with predatory grace she'd noticed in the forest, amber eyes blazing with fury that made air around him shimmer. Mother, he said through gritted teeth, what game are you playing? No game, darling, merely ensuring our house's future. Lady Cordelia seemed utterly untroubled by her son's obvious rage. Miss Mira has proven herself worthy of consideration. Worthy? Adrian's gaze fixed on Mira with laser intensity. She's a peasant girl who got lucky with a rock. What makes you think she could survive in our world? The dismissal stung worse than physical blows. Mira lifted her chin with pride, having nothing to do with noble birth. Perhaps because I've already survived in your world long enough to save your mother's life. Adrian stepped closer, close enough that she could smell leather and steel and something wild that made her pulse quicken. One rescue doesn't prove strength, little peasant. Our world devours soft hearts alive. Then it's fortunate that mine isn't soft. For a moment, something flickered in Adrian's eyes, surprise, perhaps even interest. Then the predatory mask slammed back into place. We'll see, he said quietly. Mother, assign her to kitchen duty. Let's discover how long her noble spirit lasts when faced with real work. Adrian, Lady Cordelia began. Kitchen duty, Adrian repeated, his voice carrying authority that brooked no argument. If she's truly worthy of our house, she'll prove it through service, not pretty words. He departed as abruptly as he'd arrived, leaving Mira alone with Lady Cordelia and the echo of a challenge she couldn't ignore. Don't take it personally, Lady Cordelia said with amusement. Adrian has trust issues where strangers are concerned. Too many assassination attempts will do that to a man. Assassination attempts? Oh yes. Being the most powerful alpha in the Northern Territories makes one a target. The older woman's smile turned predatory. But that's why you're here, isn't it? To prove that some people can be trusted, even in a world built on betrayal. As servants led Mira toward the kitchens where her new life would begin, she found herself thinking about Adrian's amber eyes and the challenge they'd held. He expected her to break, to prove that peasant courage was just another name for foolish ignorance. He was about to discover how wrong he could be. Chapter 3. Fire and Steel. The kitchen fires never died at Ravenclaw Castle. Mira discovered this on her third night when exhaustion drove her to seek warmth near the great hearths that fed the household. The massive stones retained heat like living things, creating pockets of comfort in a castle seemingly determined to remind everyone of winter's approach. Can't sleep either? Mira spun toward the voice, hand instinctively reaching for the herb knife she still carried. A young woman emerged from shadows, perhaps 20, with ethereal beauty marking supernatural bloodlines and eyes holding too much knowledge for her apparent age. I'm Elena, the woman said, settling gracefully onto a bench near the fire. Adrian's cousin, and you're the peasant girl who's got everyone talking. I'm Mira, and I'm just trying to work off a debt. Elena's laugh carried musical notes that seemed to harmonize with themselves. Oh, sweet child. Is that what they told you? Before Mira could ask what she meant, the kitchen door swung open to admit Martha carrying a tray of leftover bread and cheese. The head servant's face grew carefully neutral when she spotted Elena. Lady Elena, working late again? Couldn't sleep, too much excitement in the air. Elena's smile held edges reminiscent of Lady Cordelia. I was just getting acquainted with our new addition. Martha set down her tray and began banking cooking fires with efficient movements. Miss Mira's proven herself handy in the kitchens. Quick learner, hard worker. I'm sure she is. Elena studied Mira with predatory interest. Tell me, Mira of Green Hollow, what do you make of our Adrian? The question felt loaded with implications Mira couldn't decipher. He seems intense. Intense. Elena repeated the word as if tasting wine. Such a delicate way to describe a man who once killed 3 assassins with his bare hands before they could draw weapons. Mira felt her blood chill. Assassins? Oh yes. House Shadowfang has been trying to eliminate Adrian for years. They believe removing him would destabilize our territory enough for them to claim it. Elena's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. What they don't understand is that Adrian's death would only make the rest of us more dangerous. Martha cleared her throat meaningfully. Lady Elena, perhaps such conversations are better saved for daylight hours. Perhaps. Elena rose with fluid grace, but her pale eyes never left Mira's face. Sleep well, Mira of Green Hollow. Tomorrow brings new challenges. As Elena glided from the kitchen like mist given form, Martha moved to Mira's side with obvious concern. Lady Elena means well, Martha said carefully, but she has complicated loyalties. I'd be cautious about trusting her completely. Complicated how? She's House Ravenclaw by blood, but her mother was Shadowfang before the marriage alliance. Martha's weathered face grew troubled. Sometimes bloodlines pull in different directions. That night, Mira lay awake in her luxurious chamber, thinking about assassination attempts and divided loyalties. The stories she'd heard about werewolf politics had always seemed like fantasy, territorial disputes between supernatural nobles who commanded power beyond human comprehension. Now she was living inside one of those stories, bound by laws she didn't understand to a house whose enemies would happily kill her for the crime of proximity. The realization should have terrified her. Instead, it kindled something fierce in her chest, a determination to prove she belonged in this dangerous world, debt or no debt. Dawn brought her first real test. Lord Adrian has requested your presence in the training yard, Martha announced as Mira broke her fast on bread and honey. Immediately. The training yard occupied a courtyard surrounded by high walls, where men in Ravenclaw colors practiced swordwork and archery with deadly precision. At the yard's center, Adrian waited in leather armor that emphasized the predatory grace she'd noticed before. Peasant girl, he called without warmth. Approach. Mira crossed the yard, aware that every warrior had stopped training to watch this confrontation. Whatever Adrian intended, it was meant as a public demonstration. You claim to be worthy of our protection, Adrian said as she drew near. But worthiness must be proven, not simply declared. What kind of proof do you require? Adrian smiled, and Mira glimpsed those 2 sharp canine teeth again. Combat training. If you're to live under Ravenclaw protection, you need to defend yourself when protection fails. He gestured to a weapons rack lined with practice swords, axes, and daggers. Choose your weapon. Mira studied the options, acutely aware that this was another test designed to expose her inadequacy. Most weapons were too heavy for her frame, but there, a pair of curved daggers with excellent balance. Interesting choice, Adrian observed as she hefted the blades. Tell me, have you ever killed a man? No. The admission felt like weakness, but Mira refused to lie. Have you ever been in a fight where death was possible? Yesterday, when I saved your mother. That was luck and surprise. This is skill and preparation. Adrian drew his own practice sword with movements too fast for normal human reflexes. Let's see what you're made of. The attack came without warning, a thrust aimed at her heart that would have skewered her if she hadn't thrown herself sideways. Adrian's follow-up nearly took her head off, but Mira managed to duck and roll away. Good reflexes, Adrian acknowledged, circling her like a wolf around wounded prey. But reflexes won't save you when enemies come in numbers. His next assault was a blur of steel that drove Mira back toward the yard's edge. She managed to parry 2 strikes before the third sent her sprawling onto packed earth, both daggers flying from numbed hands. "Pathetic," Adrian said, his sword pointing hovering inches from her throat. "You wouldn't last 5 minutes against real enemies." Mira looked up at him from the dirt, aware that every man in the yard was watching her humiliation. This was the moment Adrian expected her to break, to admit she didn't belong in his world and beg to return to her village. Instead, she smiled. "Then I suppose you'll have to teach me," Mira said, rolling backward and springing to her feet with surprising agility. "Unless the great Lord Adrian is afraid his teaching won't be good enough." Silence fell across the training yard like a blade. Several warriors exchanged meaningful glances, while others seemed to hold their breath waiting for Adrian's response. Adrian's amber eyes blazed with something that might have been approval. "Very well, peasant girl. Training begins at dawn tomorrow. Fail to appear, and I'll consider the debt satisfied by your cowardice." As he stalked from the yard, Mira realized she'd just committed herself to surviving whatever brutal education Adrian could devise. But looking around at the faces of warriors who no longer seemed quite so dismissive, she also realized she'd won something more valuable than respect. She'd won their attention, and in a castle full of secrets and supernatural politics, attention was the first step toward understanding the game she'd been forced to play. Chapter 4. Whispers in the Dark. 3 weeks of dawn training left Mira's body aching in ways she'd never imagined possible. Yet, as she moved through the castle's corridors, carrying Lady Cordelia's morning tea, she noticed changes beyond mere physical conditioning. Her steps fell silent on stone floors. Her awareness extended to every shadow and sound, and repeatedly she sensed approaching servants before they rounded corners. "You're developing hunter's instincts," Lady Cordelia observed as Mira set the silver tray beside her reading chair. "How fascinating." Mira paused in arranging delicate porcelain cups. "My lady?" "Most humans require years to develop such awareness. You've gained it in weeks." Lady Cordelia's pale eyes studied Mira with a scholar's intensity examining a rare specimen. "Tell me, child, what do you know of your father?" The question hit like a physical blow. Mira's hand trembled as she set down the teapot, memories she'd tried to bury rising unbidden. "My mother never spoke of him. She said he was a traveler who stayed one winter and left before spring." The words tasted bitter as old herbs. "Why do you ask?" "Because bloodlines matter in our world, and yours." Lady Cordelia sipped her tea with deliberate care. "Yours is more interesting than you know." Before Mira could demand explanation, urgent voices echoed from the corridor outside. Through the solar's window, she could see riders approaching the castle at full gallop. Not the measured pace of routine patrols, but the desperate speed of men fleeing death. "Trouble," Lady Cordelia murmured, rising to peer at the approaching party. The solar door burst open without ceremony. Adrian strode in, still wearing travel-stained leathers, his face bearing cuts that were already healing with supernatural speed. Behind him followed Captain Marcus, whose scarred face carried news that chilled the air. "Mother?" Adrian said without preamble. "House Shadowfang has moved openly against us. They attacked our eastern border with a full war party." Lady Cordelia's composure never wavered. "Casualties?" 17 dead, 8 wounded. But Mother... Adrian's amber eyes blazed with fury that made the temperature drop. They weren't trying to take territory. They were hunting for something specific. "Or someone," Captain Marcus added grimly, his gaze flicking meaningfully toward Mira. The implication hit her like ice water. "They were looking for me?" "Your name was mentioned during interrogation of captured raiders," Adrian confirmed, his voice carrying undertones that raised every hair on Mira's body. "Apparently, House Shadowfang has developed a sudden interest in peasant girls who save noble ladies." Lady Cordelia set down her teacup with movements that seemed too controlled. "How much do they know?" "Enough to be dangerous. They know about the life debt. They know she's here, and they know— Adrian paused, studying Mira with those predatory amber eyes. They know what she potentially represents. What I represent? Mira's voice came out sharper than intended. Will someone please explain what's happening instead of speaking in riddles? The three werewolves exchanged glances loaded with meaning she couldn't decipher. Finally, Lady Cordelia spoke with careful precision of someone revealing dangerous secrets. House Shadowfang believes you carry a bloodline that could legitimize their territorial claims. If they can prove you possess supernatural heritage and force you into their service, they could challenge our authority over the Northern Territories, Adrian finished grimly. Ancient law recognizes bloodline claims over simple conquest. Mira sank into the nearest chair as implications crashed over her. You think I'm part werewolf? We think your father was more than human, Lady Cordelia corrected gently. The question is which house he belonged to, and whether Shadowfang can prove a genealogical connection. This is insane. I'm a peasant from Greenhollow. My mother was human, my father unknown. There's no noble blood in my lineage. Noble blood isn't always acknowledged, Captain Marcus observed. Bastard lines carry the same supernatural heritage as legitimate ones. Adrian began pacing with restless energy of a caged predator. If Shadowfang can capture her and force awakening of dormant abilities, they'll have legal grounds to contest our territorial boundaries. Awakening? Mira felt her mouth go dry. Transformation, Lady Cordelia explained with clinical detachment. If you carry a werewolf bloodline, extreme stress or mortal danger can trigger the change. Once awakened, your heritage becomes undeniable. And if I don't carry such bloodline, then the attempt to force awakening will kill you, Adrian said bluntly, which solves Shadowfang's problem just as effectively. The casual way he discussed her potential death sent fury blazing through Mira's chest. She rose from her chair with dignity coming from somewhere deeper than noble breeding. So I'm either a political weapon or a sacrifice. How wonderfully simple. Her voice carried acid that made even Adrian step back. Tell me, Lord Ravenclaw, do you actually care whether I live or die? Or am I just another piece on your political game board? Adrian's amber eyes blazed with something that might have been anger or admiration. You think I'd let them take you? After 3 weeks of watching you bleed through training sessions without complaint? After seeing you face armed warriors twice your size without backing down? I think you'd do whatever serves your house's interests, Mira replied with bitter honesty. Just like every other noble I've ever encountered. The accusation hung in the air like a blade waiting to fall. Adrian stepped closer, close enough that she could see golden flecks in his amber eyes and smell the wild scent that clung to his skin. You're right, he said quietly. 3 weeks ago, I would have traded your life for political advantage without hesitation. And now? Adrian's expression shifted, vulnerability flickering beneath his predatory mask. Now I find myself more concerned with keeping you alive than maintaining territorial boundaries. Before Mira could process that admission, horn calls echoed from the castle walls, the signal for enemy forces approaching. Through the solar window, she could see riders on the horizon, too many to count and moving with coordinated precision of professional military units. Shadowfang, Captain Marcus confirmed grimly. Full war party, maybe 200 strong. Lady Cordelia moved to her son's side with fluid grace. They mean to take her by force. Let them come, Adrian snarled, his voice carrying inhuman harmonics. This castle has withstood siege before. Adrian, Lady Cordelia's voice carried a warning. If they prove she carries Shadowfang blood, then we'll prove she chose Ravenclaw loyalty over bloodline obligation. Adrian's gaze found Mira's face, holding her eyes with desperate intensity. The choice is yours, Mira of Greenhollow. Face whatever heritage you might carry or flee while there's still time. Mira looked around the solar where her life had been dissected like a specimen, then toward the window where enemy forces gathered to claim her for purposes she didn't understand. Everything logical screamed at her to run, return to her village, disappear into common masses where supernatural politics couldn't touch her. Instead, she thought of Adrian's amber eyes softening when he'd admitted caring for her survival, of Lady Cordelia's unexpected kindness beneath political calculation, of 3 weeks spent learning she was stronger than she'd ever imagined. "I'm not running," Mira said with quiet conviction. "If House Shadowfang wants me, they can try to take me. But they'll discover that peasant girls from Green Hollow don't surrender easily." Adrian's smile was fierce as winter storms. "Then we make our stand together." As enemy war horns echoed across the valley, Mira realized she'd just chosen a side in a conflict that would determine not just her fate, but the balance of supernatural power throughout the northern kingdoms. The life debt that had brought her here was about to be paid in blood. The only question was whose. Chapter 5: The Price of War. War arrived at Ravenclaw Castle with the efficiency of plague. Mira watched from the battlements as House Shadowfang deployed their forces with military precision, speaking of months of planning. Black banners bearing silver wolves snapped in the wind as siege engines rolled into position, their crews working with supernatural coordination marking werewolf pack tactics. "They're not here for negotiation," Captain Marcus observed grimly, studying enemy formation through a spyglass. "This is conquest." Adrian stood beside Mira at the ramparts, his presence radiating authority that seemed to steady every defender who saw him. But she caught tension in his shoulders, the way his hands clenched and unclenched as he calculated odds that clearly weren't favorable. "How long can we hold?" Mira asked quietly. "Against conventional siege? Months." Adrian's amber eyes never left enemy lines. "Against werewolves who can scale walls and tear through gates with supernatural strength? Days, perhaps hours." The assessment should have terrified her. Instead, it kindled something fierce in Mira's chest, determination to prove herself worthy of faith Adrian had shown by letting her choose her own fate. "Then we make those hours count," she said with conviction that surprised them both. A horn blast echoed across the valley as a single rider approached under a flag of parley. The figure was tall and broad-shouldered, wearing armor that gleamed like liquid shadow. Even at distance, Mira could sense predatory power marking alpha-born werewolves. "Lord Gareth Shadowfang?" Adrian identified with distaste. "My cousin. May the gods curse his black heart." "Your cousin?" "Political marriage between our houses, 50 years past. It ended badly when Gareth decided territorial expansion mattered more than family loyalty." Adrian's voice carried cold fury that had probably started wars before. The parley party reached castle gates, where Gareth Shadowfang removed his helm to reveal features bearing unsettling resemblance to Adrian's own. The same predatory bone structure, the same amber eyes, but twisted by cruelty and ambition. "Cousin!" Gareth called up to the walls, his voice carrying easily across the courtyard. "How good to see you again. Still hiding behind stone walls, I see." "Still attacking family members, I see," Adrian replied with deceptive calm. "Some things never change." "Indeed, they don't. Which brings me to my purpose." Gareth's gaze found Mira among defenders, his smile revealing canine teeth filed to sharp points. "Surrender the girl, and my forces withdraw. Refuse, and we take her over your dead body." "Tempting offer," Adrian called back. "But I'm afraid the lady has already chosen her allegiance." "The lady?" Gareth's laugh carried genuine amusement. "You mean the bastard daughter of Shadowfang blood who doesn't even know her own heritage?" The words hit Mira like physical blows. Around her, castle defenders turned to stare with expressions ranging from surprise to calculation. She felt her world tilting on its axis as pieces of a puzzle she'd never known existed clicked into place. "My father," Mira whispered. "Was Lord Aldrich Shadowfang," Gareth confirmed with cruel satisfaction. "My uncle, who disappeared 20 years ago during a territorial dispute. We always wondered what became of him." Lady Cordelia appeared at Mira's side with silent grace marking her supernatural nature. Lies designed to undermine your confidence, she said quietly. Don't listen. But even as she spoke, Mira could see uncertainty in the older woman's pale eyes. The possibility that House Shadowfang's claims might have foundation had clearly occurred to her as well. Genetic testing would resolve the matter, Gareth continued, his voice carrying to every defender on the walls. Submit to our authority, girl, and discover your true heritage. Continue this charade of peasant loyalty and die ignorant of your noble blood. I know exactly who I am, Mira called back, her voice stronger than she felt. I'm someone who chooses loyalty over bloodline, courage over convenience, honor over political advantage. Pretty words from someone who's never experienced the power of her birthright. Gareth's expression turned predatory. But words won't save you when the walls come down. As the parley party withdrew, Adrian pulled Mira aside with urgent intensity. Whatever he claims about your father, it doesn't matter, Adrian said, his hands gripping her shoulders. You've proven your character through actions, not ancestry. Haven't I? Mira met his amber gaze directly. Or have I just been unconsciously fulfilling inherited loyalties? How do we know my feelings for this house aren't simply bloodline recognition? Because I've seen you choose pain over compromise, training over comfort, duty over self-preservation. Adrian's voice carried conviction that seemed to burn away her doubts. Noble blood doesn't create character, Mira. Choices do. Before she could respond, the first catapult stone crashed into the castle's outer wall, sending chunks of masonry flying like deadly rain. The siege had begun in earnest. Positions! Captain Marcus roared as defenders scrambled to assigned posts. Mira found herself assigned to the castle's main hall, where wounded would be brought for treatment. Her herb knowledge and steady hands under pressure made her invaluable as field medic, a role feeling more natural than noble bloodline or political alliance. The first casualties arrived within an hour, men torn by claws that had punched through chainmail, others bearing wounds speaking of supernatural strength behind weapons that made them. Mira worked with grim efficiency, cleaning injuries and applying poultices while trying not to think about implications of wounds that healed too slowly. They're not just trying to breach walls, observed Sir Brendan, a young knight whose arm she was binding. They're testing our defenses, looking for weaknesses. What kind of weaknesses? Ways to get inside without siege engines. Werewolves can climb surfaces that would stop normal men, fit through gaps that shouldn't allow passage. Sir Brendan winced as she tightened the bandage. If they find a way into the castle proper? The sentence hung unfinished, its implications clear. Once House Shadowfang gained access to the castle's interior, superior numbers and supernatural abilities would make resistance impossible. That's when Mira remembered stories her grandmother had told about medicinal herbs, including plants growing in these very mountains known for effects going far beyond simple healing. Sir Brendan, she said carefully, are there storage areas in this castle that might contain old supplies? Things left behind by previous inhabitants? The deep cellars haven't been used in decades. The knight studied her face with growing curiosity. Why do you ask? Because I think I know how to even the odds, Mira replied, already planning an expedition that would either save them all or get her killed in the attempt. Outside, another catapult stone struck the walls, and the sound of enemy war cries grew closer. Time was running out, and Mira was about to gamble everything on knowledge passed down through generations of village healers. Chapter 6. Ancient Remedies. The castle's deep cellars hadn't seen human footsteps in decades. Mira descended stone steps worn smooth by centuries of use, her torch casting dancing shadows on walls, seeming to whisper with accumulated secrets. Behind her, Sir Brendan followed despite his wounded arm, unwilling to let her venture into depths alone. What exactly are we seeking? He asked as they reached the bottom of the stairs. Wolfsbane, Mira replied, studying rows of ancient storage chambers. And if we're fortunate, moonbell extract. Sir Brendan's sharp intake of breath told her he understood the implications. Wolfsbane was deadly to werewolves in concentrated doses, while moonbell could temporarily suppress supernatural transformations. Together, they represented weapons that could level the playing field between human defenders and werewolf attackers. "You're talking about poison," Sir Brendan said carefully. "I'm talking about evening the odds." Mira moved deeper into cellars, her torchlight revealing chamber after chamber of forgotten supplies. "My grandmother taught me that every plant has two natures, healing and harming, depending on preparation and dosage." They found what they sought in the fifth chamber, massive stone jars sealed with wax and marked with symbols predating current heraldry. The contents had been preserved by the cellar's constant cool temperature, creating a cache of alchemical supplies representing decades of accumulated knowledge. "This must have belonged to a previous castle healer," Mira murmured, examining jars filled with dried herbs and crystallized extracts. "Someone who understood werewolf physiology." "Or someone who fought them," Sir Brendan added grimly. Working with careful precision, Mira began combining ingredients according to formulas her grandmother had taught her. Recipes passed down through generations of village healers who'd learned to survive in territories where supernatural predators hunted. "This will create vapor that disrupts werewolf senses," she explained, while grinding moonbell petals into fine powder. "Not lethal, but disorienting enough to rob them of their advantages." "And this?" Sir Brendan indicated the wolfsbane extract she was measuring with deadly precision. "This goes on arrow points and sword edges. 1 scratch will weaken them significantly, 2 will drop them completely." Mira's voice carried grim satisfaction. "Let them try to climb walls when their supernatural strength abandons them." They worked in focused silence, preparing enough treated weapons and vapor bombs to arm every defender in the castle. Outside, the sound of catapults grew more frequent, punctuated by inhuman howls marking werewolf battle fury. "They're massing for final assault," Sir Brendan observed as a particularly loud crash shook dust from the cellar ceiling. "Then we'd better hurry," Mira replied, sealing the last jar of weaponized vapor. They emerged from cellars to find the castle's great hall transformed into a war room. Adrian stood over a table covered with defensive plans, his amber eyes blazing with controlled fury that made air around him shimmer. "Where have you been?" he demanded as Mira approached with her supplies. "Preparing a surprise for your cousin," Mira replied, setting down her collection of jars and treated weapons. "Tell me, have you ever seen werewolves fight when stripped of their supernatural advantages?" Adrian's expression shifted from anger to sharp interest as she explained her preparations. Around the war table, other defenders gathered to hear her plan. Captain Marcus with his scarred face thoughtful, Lady Cordelia with calculating approval, Elena with something that might have been admiration. "Wolfsbane and Moonbell," Adrian mused. Grandmother's remedies turned to weapons of war. "Will it work?" Captain Marcus asked bluntly. "Against full-blooded werewolves, certainly. Against an alpha-born like Gareth." Mira met Adrian's gaze directly. "We'll discover together." Before Adrian could respond, urgent horn calls echoed from the walls, the signal that enemy forces were advancing for final assault. Chapter 7. When Steel Meets Fang. The attack came with fury of a supernatural storm. House Shadowfang's assault began at sunset, when failing light would hamper human defenders, while supernatural senses remained unaffected. Mira watched from battlements as werewolf warriors scaled castle walls with inhuman agility, their claws finding purchase in stone that should have been unclimbable. "Vapor bombs now!" Captain Marcus roared. Defenders hurled Mira's improvised weapons at climbing attackers, releasing clouds of moonbell extract that immediately disrupted the werewolves' enhanced abilities. Suddenly, graceful predators became fumbling climbers, their supernatural coordination abandoned as the plant's effects took hold. "It's working," Sir Brendan breathed, watching enemy warriors fall from walls they'd been scaling moments before. But Mira's satisfaction lasted only seconds. Below, in the courtyard, Lord Gareth Shadowfang threw back his head and released a howl that seemed to shake the very foundations of the castle. When he lowered his gaze, his amber eyes blazed with power that made her blood run cold. "Alpha transformation," Adrian said grimly, appearing at her side with weapons gleaming with wolfsbane extract. He's calling on bloodline authority that transcends normal werewolf limitations. As if responding to their lord's summons, the remaining Shadowfang forces began changing. Not the gradual shift Mira had imagined, but violent explosions of supernatural power that transformed men into creatures of fang and claw and terrible hunger. The vapor won't affect full transformation, Mira realized with growing horror. They're burning through the Moonbell with pure alpha authority. Then we meet them with steel and determination, Adrian replied, drawing his sword with movements seeming to blur with their own supernatural speed. The battle that followed was unlike anything from Mira's village stories. Werewolves in full transformation attacked with coordinated ferocity, while defenders fought with weapons that could kill with a single scratch. The courtyard became a maze of death and desperation as two supernatural forces clashed with medieval brutality. Mira found herself fighting beside Elena, both women armed with wolfsbane-treated daggers and desperate determination to protect the home they'd chosen. Around them, the battle raged with inhuman savagery that left stone walls slick with blood. "Behind you!" Elena shouted, spinning to drive her blade into a werewolf that had been stalking Mira from the shadows. The creature dropped instantly as wolfsbane entered its bloodstream, but two more immediately took its place. Mira rolled away from snapping jaws, her own daggers flashing as she opened wounds that would have been fatal to humans but only slowed these supernatural predators. That's when she felt it, a burning sensation along her spine reaching into her very bones. The scent of blood and violence and fear triggered something primal in her consciousness, something sleeping until this moment of ultimate crisis. Her vision sharpened until she could see individual hairs on werewolf pelts. Her hearing expanded to catch heartbeats and breathing patterns from across the courtyard. Most unnaturally, she found herself understanding pack dynamics of the battle, reading werewolf body language with instincts she'd never possessed. "Mira!" Elena's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Your eyes! They're changing!" Mira caught her reflection in a fallen warrior's polished helm and gasped. Her brown eyes now held flecks of gold swirling like liquid metal, marking the awakening of supernatural heritage she'd never suspected. But there was no time to process implications. Across the courtyard, Lord Gareth had finally reached Adrian, and the two alpha-born werewolves circled each other with deadly grace of apex predators. "Cousin," Gareth snarled, his voice carrying inhuman harmonics. "Still clinging to human weaknesses, I see." "Still mistaking cruelty for strength," Adrian replied, his own transformation rippling beneath human skin. They came together in a clash that sent shockwaves through the battle around them. These weren't mere werewolves fighting, but inheritors of bloodlines that had shaped supernatural politics for centuries. Their conflict was personal, territorial, and absolutely lethal. Mira fought her way toward them, her awakening senses allowing her to navigate chaos with growing confidence. But as she drew near, Gareth caught sight of her approach and smiled with predatory satisfaction. "Ah, the bastard awakens," he called out while maintaining his deadly dance with Adrian. "Can you feel it, girl? The power singing in your blood? The hunger for transformation?" "I feel the need to put you down like the rabid animal you are," Mira replied, raising her wolfsbane-coated blade. Gareth's laugh carried genuine amusement. "Such spirit, but you understand nothing of what you're becoming. Allow me to educate you." His next attack drove Adrian back several steps, creating an opening for Gareth to lunge toward Mira with supernatural speed. She managed to get her dagger up, but his claws raked across her shoulder, sending fire through her entire body. The pain triggered something deeper than heritage or bloodline. It awakened the protective fury that had driven her to save Lady Cordelia in the forest. But this time, that fury came with supernatural strength behind it. Mira's counterstrike moved faster than human reflexes should allow, her blade finding the gap between Gareth's ribs with surgical precision. The wolfsbane on her steel burned through his supernatural vitality like acid, dropping him to his knees as his transformation began to unravel. "Impossible!" Gareth gasped, staring at the spreading numbness marking wolfsbane poisoning. "You're barely awakened," You shouldn't have that kind of power. Maybe power has less to do with bloodline than with what you're willing to fight for, Mira replied, standing over her fallen enemy with a blade still poised to strike. Around them, the battle was turning. Demoralized by their leader's defeat and weakened by wolfsbane weapons, the remaining Shadowfang forces began retreating toward the forest. Within minutes, the courtyard fell silent, except for groans of wounded and distant sound of enemy forces fleeing into night. "It's over," Adrian said, moving to Mira's side with obvious relief. "They won't return. Pack law forbids following a defeated alpha." Mira looked down at Lord Gareth, who was struggling to maintain consciousness as wolfsbane worked through his system. "What happened to him?" "Exile," Adrian replied with cold satisfaction. "Permanent banishment from the northern territories, with death as penalty for return." As dawn broke over the blood-soaked courtyard, Mira realized the siege had ended not just with military victory, but with the awakening of heritage she'd never imagined. The golden flecks in her eyes marked her as something more than human, even if she wasn't sure what that meant for her future. Chapter 8. The Heart's Truth. The silence after battle was deafening. Mira stood among the wounded and dying, her hands stained with blood, both enemy and ally, watching Adrian coordinate the grim aftermath of their victory. Bodies littered the courtyard like discarded dolls, and smoke from burning siege engines painted the dawn sky in shades of gray and crimson. "You saved us," Sir Brendan said, approaching with his arm in a proper sling. "Your preparations turned the tide when all seemed lost." "We saved ourselves," Mira corrected, kneeling beside a wounded defender to check his injuries. "I just provided tools. You all provided the courage to use them." But even as she spoke, Mira could feel the stares of other survivors. Not quite fearful, but wary. Word had spread about her transformation during the battle, about the golden flecks that now permanently marked her eyes. She was no longer just the peasant girl who'd saved Lady Cordelia. She was something else, something in between human and werewolf that made everyone uncertain how to treat her. "Mira." Adrian's voice carried exhaustion and something else. Relief, perhaps even wonder. He approached with careful steps, as if afraid she might bolt if he moved too quickly. "You're wounded," she observed, noting the deep claw marks across his chest that were healing slowly despite his supernatural nature. "Gareth always did fight dirty." Adrian winced as she examined the injuries. "But these will heal. What about you? How do you feel?" It was a loaded question. How did she feel? Physically, she was unharmed despite the chaos of battle. Emotionally, she was a storm of conflicting sensations. Triumph at their victory, horror at the carnage, confusion about what her awakening heritage meant. "Different," she admitted. "I can hear your heartbeat, smell emotions in the air, sense the mood of everyone around us. It's overwhelming." The first awakening always is. Lady Cordelia appeared beside them, her usually pristine appearance disheveled from the night's events. "But you'll learn to control it, to filter what you need from what you don't." "Will I?" Mira met the older woman's pale eyes. "Lady Cordelia, tell me honestly, did you know? When you first saw me in the forest, did you suspect what I might be?" A long pause stretched between them, filled with the sounds of wounded being tended and debris being cleared. Finally, Lady Cordelia sighed. "I suspected possibilities," she admitted. "Your instincts were too sharp, your courage too instinctive for a purely human girl. But suspecting and knowing are different things." "And now that you know?" Mira gestured to her changed eyes, the subtle alterations in her bearing that marked supernatural awakening. "What am I to you? To your house? To you? To—" Before Lady Cordelia could answer, commotion erupted at the castle gates. A new group of riders approached, not enemies this time, but allies. Banners of various northern houses snapped in the morning breeze as lords and ladies arrived to witness the aftermath of the siege. "Word travels fast," Adrian muttered, his expression growing guarded. They'll want to assess the situation, determine how the balance of power has shifted. And how has it shifted? Mira asked. Adrian's amber eyes met hers, holding depth she was only beginning to understand. That depends on what you choose to do next. The arriving nobility dismounted in the courtyard, their expressions ranging from curiosity to calculation as they took in the scene of devastation. At their head rode Lord Edmund Hartwell, a powerful baron whose territories bordered both Ravenclaw and Shadowfang lands. Lord Adrian, Hartwell called out, his voice carrying easily across the courtyard. We received word of Shadowfang's attack. Are you well? Well enough, Adrian replied carefully. Thanks to the courage of our defenders and some unexpected advantages. Hartwell's gaze found Mira among the survivors, and she saw recognition flicker in his eyes. Ah yes, the famous peasant girl, though I understand that description may no longer be accurate. The comment sent a murmur through the assembled nobles. Clearly, word of her awakening had spread faster than she'd realized. Lady Mira, Hartwell continued, approaching with the kind of measured politeness that marked political calculation. May I extend congratulations on discovering your heritage? It's not often we witness such dramatic revelations. Thank you, my lord, Mira replied carefully, unsure of the undercurrents in this conversation. Of course, such revelations do raise certain questions, Hartwell continued, his tone remaining pleasant while his eyes grew sharp. Questions of legitimacy, of territorial claims, of where loyalties truly lie. The threat was subtle, but unmistakable. Mira's awakening had confirmed she carried a supernatural bloodline, which could indeed be used to challenge existing territorial boundaries, if she chose to press such claims. I think Lady Mira's loyalties were made quite clear during last night's battle, Adrian said, his voice carrying warning undertones. Indeed, Lady Cordelia added smoothly. She fought beside our defenders, used her knowledge to give us advantages against our enemies, and personally engaged Lord Gareth in combat. I'd say her allegiances are beyond question. But Mira could see the calculation in the visiting noble's eyes. They were assessing her as a potential asset or threat, wondering how her newfound heritage might affect their own political positions. If I may, Mira said, stepping forward with dignity that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than noble breeding. Lord Hartwell raises valid concerns. My awakening does create complications. What kind of complications? Another visiting lord asked. Mira looked around the assembled nobility, then back to Adrian and Lady Cordelia. She could feel the weight of the moment, understanding that her next words would shape not just her own future, but the political landscape of the Northern Territories. The kind that can be resolved through clear declaration of intent, she said finally. I am Mira of Green Hollow by birth, but I choose to be Mira of House Ravenclaw by loyalty. Whatever bloodline I carry, whatever claims I might theoretically press, I renounce in favor of my sworn allegiance to Lord Adrian and Lady Cordelia. The declaration sent another murmur through the crowd. By publicly renouncing any territorial claims, Mira was removing herself as a potential political weapon while simultaneously strengthening Ravenclaw's position. A wise choice, Hartwell said, though his tone suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. Though one wonders what might happen should that loyalty ever waver. It won't, Adrian said firmly, moving to stand beside Mira in a gesture of unmistakable support. Lady Mira has proven her dedication to our house repeatedly. Anyone who questions that dedication will answer to me personally. The subtle threat in his words was clear to everyone present. Adrian Ravenclaw was publicly claiming Mira as under his personal protection, making any move against her an act of war against his entire house. Well then, Hartwell said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, I suppose congratulations are in order, though I confess curiosity about what form this loyalty might take. The implications were clear. Was Mira to remain a valued ally, or would her relationship with Adrian develop into something more formal? The question hung in the air like smoke from the burning siege engines. That, Lady Cordelia said with her own calculating smile, remains to be determined. But I'm sure any decisions will be made with proper consideration for all involved parties. As the visiting nobles were shown to guest quarters for rest and refreshment, Mira found herself alone with Adrian in the courtyard where so much blood had been spilled. "Thank you," she said quietly, "for standing with me before your peers, for claiming me under your protection." "You don't need to thank me for that," Adrian replied, his amber eyes holding warmth she'd rarely seen before. "After what you did last night, after how you fought for our people, Mira, you've earned more than protection. You've earned a place among us that no one can question." "And what place is that exactly?" she asked, her heart racing as she caught something in his tone, in the way he was looking at her. Adrian stepped closer, close enough that she could feel warmth radiating from his body, smell the wild scent that always clung to his skin. "That," he said softly, "is what I'd like to discuss with you, privately, when you're ready." Before Mira could respond, they were interrupted by approaching footsteps. Elena appeared, her usually immaculate appearance showing signs of the night's battle. "Cousin," she said to Adrian with unusual formality, "Mother sends word. There are matters requiring your immediate attention. Correspondence from the capital, questions about Lord Gareth's fate, concerns about territorial stability." Adrian's expression darkened with frustration. "Of course there are. Very well, I'll attend to them shortly." He turned back to Mira, his eyes holding promises of conversations yet to come. "We'll continue this discussion later. But Mira, know that whatever decisions you make about your future, you'll make them freely. No more debts, no more obligations. Just choices." As he departed with Elena, Mira remained in the courtyard, surrounded by the aftermath of battle and the weight of possibilities she'd never imagined. Her old life as a simple peasant girl was gone forever, but what would take its place remained to be written. The golden flecks in her eyes caught the morning sunlight, marking her as something new, not quite human, not quite werewolf, but something in between that would have to forge its own path in a world of ancient laws and supernatural politics. Chapter 9. The Council's Judgment. 3 days after the siege, Ravenclaw Castle hosted an emergency gathering of the Northern Lords' Council. Mira watched from the gallery above the Great Hall as representatives from a dozen noble houses debated her fate with the kind of cold calculation she was learning to recognize in werewolf politics. Below, Adrian presided over the discussions with barely controlled tension, his amber eyes occasionally flicking upward to where she observed from the shadows. "The girl's awakening changes everything," declared Lord Blackthorn, whose own territories had been threatened by Shadowfang expansion in recent years. "We cannot ignore the implications of discovering a previously unknown bloodline with potential territorial claims." "Unknown bloodline?" Lady Cordelia's voice carried subtle mockery from her position at the high table. "Lord Blackthorn, surely you're not suggesting we validate Lord Gareth's desperate claims about her parentage without proper investigation?" "Investigation has been conducted," announced a new voice from the chamber's entrance. All heads turned as a figure in scholarly robes entered. Master Aldwin, the kingdom's most respected genealogist, carrying an armload of ancient texts and documents. "Master Aldwin," Adrian said with surprise, "I wasn't aware you'd been summoned." "I summoned myself, my lord, upon hearing of recent events." The elderly scholar approached the high table with careful dignity. "Questions of bloodline and heritage fall within my expertise, and such questions demand accurate answers." He set his materials on the table and opened the topmost tome, revealing pages covered with intricate family trees and genealogical charts. "After extensive research into the Shadowfang lineage," Master Aldwin began, his voice carrying easily through the hushed hall, "I can confirm that Lord Aldrich Shadowfang did indeed disappear approximately 20 years ago during territorial disputes with House Ravenclaw." Murmurs rippled through the assembled nobles. From her vantage point above, Mira felt her stomach clench with dread. However, the the scholar continued, raising his voice over the whispers. I can find no evidence that Lord Aldrich ever traveled to the region of Greenhollow during his disappearance. In fact, historical records suggest he fled east toward the coastal kingdoms, not west toward peasant settlements. The murmurs grew louder, tinged now with confusion rather than certainty. Furthermore, Master Aldwin added, producing a different document, I have here baptismal records from Greenhollow Parish, documenting the birth of one Mira, daughter of Catherine Miller, father unknown. The timing and circumstances suggest a far different explanation for her heritage. What explanation? Lord Blackthorn demanded. Master Aldwin turned to look directly at Mira in the gallery, his ancient eyes holding surprising kindness. The records indicate that approximately 21 years ago, a group of traveling performers wintered in Greenhollow. Among them was a young man described as foreign-born with unusual coloring and uncommonly graceful movements. Traveling performers? Adrian echoed. Displaced nobility from the Continental Wars, Master Aldwin explained. Many noble houses sent their younger sons abroad when political situations became untenable. Some never returned to claim their inheritance. He opened another tome, this one bearing foreign heraldry. I believe, based on the evidence of her awakening and the historical timeline, that Lady Mira's father was most likely from House Valethorn of the Eastern Kingdoms, a werewolf house that fell during the Continental Purges, their survivors scattered to the winds. The revelation sent shockwaves through the hall. Mira gripped the gallery railing as implications washed over her. Not Shadowfang blood, after all, but heritage from a house that no longer existed, that could make no territorial claims because it held no territories. House Valethorn, Lady Cordelia mused. I remember them. Noble house, honorable reputation, destroyed through no fault of their own when human politics turned against supernatural nobility. Indeed, Master Aldwin confirmed, which means that while Lady Mira does carry a legitimate werewolf bloodline, she represents no threat to existing territorial boundaries. Her heritage is ancient and noble, but politically irrelevant. Irrelevant? Lord Blackthorn sputtered. The girl awakened during battle, demonstrated supernatural abilities that belong to House Ravenclaw by right of her sworn allegiance? Adrian interrupted, his voice carrying absolute authority. Master Aldwin's research confirms what I've maintained throughout these proceedings. Lady Mira chose her loyalty freely, and that choice supersedes any claims of blood or birth. The choice argument only works if the choice was truly free, observed Lady Margaret of Thornfield, speaking for the first time. Some would argue that a peasant girl bound by life debt could hardly be said to choose freely. The comment struck like a dagger. Mira had wondered the same thing herself. How much of her loyalty to House Ravenclaw stemmed from genuine affection, and how much from supernatural obligation? An excellent point, Adrian said, rising from his chair with fluid grace. Which is why I formally release Lady Mira from any and all debts or obligations to House Ravenclaw, effective immediately. The declaration sent gasps through the hall. From the gallery, Mira stared down at Adrian in shock. He was freeing her completely, giving her the choice she'd never had before. Furthermore, Adrian continued, his voice carrying to every corner of the chamber, I formally request permission to court Lady Mira, not as her lord claiming privileges, but as a man hoping to win the affections of a remarkable woman. The gasps turned to stunned silence. By publicly requesting permission to court her, Adrian was acknowledging Mira as his equal, not a servant to be commanded, but a lady worthy of formal romantic pursuit. The request is noted, Lady Cordelia said with barely concealed satisfaction. But of course the lady in question must consent to such courtship. All eyes turned to the gallery where Mira stood frozen by the magnitude of what was happening. Adrian was offering her everything, freedom from obligation, recognition of her nobility, the possibility of marriage as an equal partner rather than a political pawn. Lady Mira, Adrian called up to her, his amber eyes holding depths of emotion she was only beginning to understand. Would you do me the honor of accepting my courtship? The question hung in the air like music, waiting for resolution. Mira looked around the hall at the assembled nobility who watched her with varying degrees of curiosity, calculation, and anticipation. Then she looked at Adrian, the man who'd challenged her, protected her, stood by her through siege and awakening and political maneuvering, the man who'd just given up every advantage he'd held over her in order to offer her a genuine choice. "Yes," she said, her voice carrying clearly through the hushed hall. "I would be honored to accept your courtship, Lord Adrian." The hall erupted in applause and conversation as the assembled nobles absorbed this latest development. But Mira had eyes only for Adrian, whose smile could have lit the darkest winter night. "Well then," Lady Cordelia announced over the noise, "I believe this council has accomplished its purpose. Lady Mira's heritage is established, her loyalties are clear, and House Ravenclaw's position is stronger than ever." As the formal session dissolved into smaller conversations and political strategizing, Mira made her way down from the gallery to the main floor. Adrian met her halfway, taking her hands in his with a gentleness that seemed to contradict his reputation for ruthless leadership. "Thank you," she said quietly, "for freeing me from the debt, for asking instead of commanding, for giving me the choice I never thought I'd have." "Thank you," Adrian replied, "for choosing me when you could have chosen anyone, or no one at all." They stood together in the midst of political chaos, hands clasped and eyes locked, oblivious to the nobles swirling around them with their schemes and calculations. For the first time since that day in the forest, Mira felt truly free. Free to choose her own path, free to determine her own future, free to love or not love as her heart dictated. And looking into Adrian's amber eyes, feeling the strength and warmth of his hands around hers, she realized her heart had already made its choice. The life debt was gone, but something far more precious had taken its place. Chapter 10. The art of courtship among werewolf nobility, Mira discovered, was unlike anything she'd imagined. The morning after the council's decision, she woke to find her chamber filled with flowers, not the simple wild flowers of her village childhood, but exotic blooms that must have cost a fortune to import. The card attached bore Adrian's personal seal and a single line written in his bold hand: "Beauty should be surrounded by beauty." "Extravagant," Martha observed as she helped Mira dress in yet another gown that had mysteriously appeared in her wardrobe overnight. "Though I suppose Lord Adrian has never done anything by half measures." The gown was midnight blue silk that brought out the golden flecks in her eyes, cut in a style that suggested noble breeding while remaining modest enough for daily wear. It fit perfectly, which meant Adrian had been paying closer attention to her measurements than she'd realized. "Is this normal?" Mira asked, gesturing to the transformation of her quarters. "All of this? For werewolf nobility? Absolutely." Martha's weathered face creased with amusement. "Though most courtships don't involve quite so much political intrigue, you've certainly made things interesting around here." A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. A young page entered, bowing deeply before delivering his message. "Lord Adrian requests the honor of Lady Mira's company for a ride through the estate," the boy announced with ceremonial precision. "If it pleases my lady." "Tell Lord Adrian I would be delighted," Mira replied, fighting off a flutter of nervousness that had nothing to do with supernatural politics and everything to do with spending time alone with the man who'd turned her world upside down. She found Adrian waiting in the courtyard, dressed in riding leathers that emphasized his powerful build, and mounted on Shadowmere, his massive black destrier. Beside the warhorse stood a smaller mare with gentle eyes and a coat the color of burnished copper. "Lady Mira," Adrian said, dismounting with fluid grace to help her into the saddle. "May I present Starlight? She's gentle but spirited, much like her new owner." The comparison sent heat flooding through Mira's cheeks, but she accepted his assistance with as much dignity as she could muster. His hands were warm and strong as they steadied her, and when their eyes met during the brief contact, she glimpsed something that made her pulse quicken. They rode out through the castle gates and into the surrounding countryside, leaving behind the bustle of political visitors and curious servants. The morning air was crisp with approaching autumn, and the forest around them blazed with colors that seemed almost supernatural in their intensity. "Your estate is beautiful," Mira observed as they followed a path that wound between ancient oaks and silver birches. "Our estate," Adrian corrected gently. "Or it could be, if you choose to make it so." The casual way he spoke of sharing everything with her was both thrilling and terrifying. Mira had grown up with nothing, expecting nothing, and the idea of being offered so much felt like a dream that might shatter at any moment. "Adrian," she said carefully, "yesterday changed everything between us, but I need to understand, what exactly are you offering? What would marriage to you mean?" He guided Shadowmere closer to her mount, close enough that their legs almost touched. "It would mean partnership in every sense of the word. You would be lady of this house, with authority equal to my own in all matters of governance. You would be my mate in the werewolf sense, bonded not just legally but supernaturally, sharing thoughts and emotions and dreams. And if I'm not ready for that kind of intimacy?" Adrian's amber eyes held hers with surprising gentleness. "Then we go at whatever pace you set. Courtship, Mira, is about discovery, learning whether we suit each other, whether what we feel in moments of crisis translates to something sustainable in daily life." They had reached a clearing where a small waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. Adrian dismounted and helped her down, his hands lingering at her waist in a way that sent sparks through her entire body. "This place is special to our family," he said, gesturing to the peaceful glade. "My grandfather proposed to my grandmother beside this very pool. My parents renewed their vows here on their silver anniversary." "It's lovely," Mira said, though she was more focused on the way sunlight caught the gold in his hair than on the scenic beauty around them. "Mira," Adrian said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, "before we go any further with this courtship, I need you to understand something about what I am, what we are." "You mean the werewolf part?" "I think recent events have made that fairly clear." "Not just werewolf. Alpha." His expression grew serious, almost troubled. "Do you know what that means in practical terms, in terms of how it affects anyone bonded to me?" Mira shook her head, suddenly aware that there were depths to werewolf culture she hadn't begun to explore. "Alpha bonds are intense," Adrian explained, choosing his words carefully. "When I'm angry, you'll feel echoes of that anger. When I'm protective of you, that protectiveness can become overwhelming. Some humans find the connection suffocating. And some werewolves? Some werewolves find it intoxicating to the point of addiction. They lose themselves in the bond, become extensions of their alpha's will rather than independent beings." Adrian's eyes searched her face for signs of fear or uncertainty. "I need to know, and some werewolves?" "Some werewolves find it intoxicating to the point of addiction. They lose themselves in the bond, become extensions of their alpha's will rather than independent beings." Adrian's eyes searched her face for signs of fear or uncertainty. "I need to know you understand what you'd be accepting. Not just marriage, but a supernatural connection that will change you forever." Mira considered his words carefully, studying the play of emotions across his features. Here was a man offering her everything, but with complete honesty about the costs involved. "Would you want me to lose myself in the bond?" she asked quietly. "Never." The answer came without hesitation. "What drew me to you in the first place was your independence, your willingness to challenge me when you thought I was wrong. I don't want a shadow, Mira. I want a partner." "Then that's what you'll have," she said with conviction that surprised them both. "If I choose to accept this bond, it will be as myself. All of myself, including the parts that might disagree with you." Adrian's smile was radiant as summer dawn. "I wouldn't have it any other way." He stepped closer, and Mira felt the same electric tension that had sparked between them during their first confrontation in the training yard. But this time, instead of anger, the air hummed with possibility. "May I kiss you?" Adrian asked, his voice rough with barely contained desire. Instead of answering with words, Mira rose on her toes and pressed her lips to his. The kiss was gentle at first, almost tentative, as if they were both afraid of breaking some fragile spell. Then Adrian's arms came around her, pulling her against his chest, and the kiss deepened into something that made the world disappear around them. When they finally broke apart, both were breathing hard. Mira could feel her supernatural senses heightened by emotion, could hear Adrian's heartbeat thundering in rhythm with her own. "Well," she said when she could speak again, "that answers some questions about compatibility." Adrian's laugh was pure joy. "Only some? We may need to conduct further research." "Extensive research," Mira agreed, surprising herself with her boldness. They spent the rest of the morning exploring the estate, talking about everything and nothing. Childhood memories, favorite books, dreams for the future. Adrian told her about the burden of leadership, the weight of making decisions that affected hundreds of lives. Mira shared stories of her village, her grandmother's wisdom, the simple pleasures of a life connected to the land. "You'll miss it," Adrian observed as they paused beside a meadow where wildflowers swayed in the breeze. "The simplicity of your old life." "Sometimes," Mira admitted. "But I can't go back to being the girl who thought the world ended at the village borders. Not after everything I've seen and learned and become." "And what have you become?" Mira looked out over the meadow, then back at the man who'd challenged her to discover her own strength. Someone who chooses her own destiny instead of accepting whatever fate hands her. Someone who fights for what matters instead of hiding from what's difficult. Someone worthy of being loved by an alpha, Adrian said quietly. The words sent warmth flooding through her entire body. "Are you saying you love me, Lord Ravenclaw?" "I'm saying I'm falling in love with you, Lady Mira, deeply and irrevocably and completely." Before she could respond, the sound of approaching hoofbeats interrupted their moment. A messenger in Ravenclaw colors rode toward them at urgent speed, his face grim with news that couldn't wait. "My lord," the man called as he drew near. "Urgent word from the capital. King Edmund requests your immediate presence at court." Adrian's expression darkened as he read the official summons the messenger handed him. "What's the nature of this request?" "Unknown, my lord. But it came with a royal escort. They're waiting at the castle now." Mira felt ice spreading through her veins. "Is this about the siege? About my awakening?" "Possibly," Adrian said, his protective instincts clearly engaged. "Or it could be routine political maneuvering. But royal summons aren't typically refused." "Then you'll go," Mira said with more calm than she felt. "We'll go," Adrian corrected. "You're part of this house now, part of whatever consequences our actions have created. If the Crown has questions about recent events, you have as much right to answer them as I do." The idea of facing royal justice was terrifying, but Mira found herself drawing strength from Adrian's unwavering support. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. "How long do we have?" she asked. "Royal escorts don't like to be kept waiting," the messenger replied. They requested departure within the hour. As they rode back toward the castle, Mira realized that their peaceful morning of courtship might be the last calm moment they'd have for quite some time. The supernatural world was about to collide with royal politics, and she was rapidly becoming a central figure in whatever drama was unfolding. But looking at Adrian's determined profile as he planned their response to this latest crisis, she felt something she'd never experienced before. Complete confidence that whatever storms lay ahead, they would weather them together. The girl who'd saved an old woman in the forest was gone forever. In her place rode Lady Mira of House Ravenclaw, partner to an Alpha Lord, and ready to face whatever destiny had in store. Chapter 11. Royal Summons. The royal escort waiting at Ravenclaw Castle was impressive enough to make even seasoned warriors nervous. 50 knights in the king's colors, their armor polished to mirror brightness, and their weapons bearing the ceremonial engravings that marked the crown's personal guard. At their head stood Sir Marcus Thornfield, the king's champion, a man whose reputation for both honor and lethality was legendary throughout the kingdom. "Lord Adrian," Sir Marcus said with formal courtesy as they assembled in the Great Hall. "Lady Mira, His Majesty King Edmund requests your presence at court to discuss recent developments in the Northern Territories." "Recent developments," Adrian repeated carefully. "Could you be more specific about His Majesty's concerns?" "I could," Sir Marcus replied with a slight smile. "But His Majesty prefers to discuss sensitive matters in person rather than through messengers." The implication was clear. Whatever the king wanted to discuss was too important or too dangerous to risk in written communication. "How long do we have to prepare for travel?" Lady Cordelia asked, ever practical in matters of logistics. "We depart at dawn," Sir Marcus announced. "His Majesty is eager to resolve these matters quickly, before rumors and speculation can spread further than they already have." That evening, as Mira packed the few belongings she'd accumulated during her time at the castle, Lady Cordelia appeared in her chamber doorway carrying an ornate wooden box. "A few items that might prove useful at court," the older woman said, setting the box on Mira's bed. "Royal politics can be treacherous even for those born to navigate them." Inside the box, Mira found gowns suitable for formal court presentation, rich fabrics in deep colors that would complement her unusual coloring while conveying appropriate nobility. There were also jewelry pieces that managed to be valuable without being ostentatious, and a collection of small items that Lady Cordelia explained as courtly necessities. A fan for communication without words, Lady Cordelia demonstrated the intricate language of fan positions. A prayer book that's actually hollowed out to carry emergency supplies. And this? She produced a delicate silver bracelet, set with what appeared to be decorative stones. Protection charms. They won't stop a sword, but they'll warn you of supernatural threats. "You think we'll face supernatural threats at the royal court?" "My dear child, the royal court is where supernatural threats are born." Lady Cordelia's smile held edges sharp enough to cut. "King Edmund is a fair ruler, but he's surrounded by advisors who view supernatural nobility as either tools to be used or threats to be eliminated. Which do they see me as?" "That depends on how you present yourself. Too weak and they'll try to use you, too strong and they'll try to destroy you. The trick is finding the balance that makes you valuable enough to protect, but not dangerous enough to fear." That night, Mira lay awake thinking about balance and presentation and the weight of representing not just herself, but her entire adopted house at the seat of royal power. Through her window, she could see guards maintaining their vigilant watch over the castle walls, and she wondered if she would ever feel truly safe again. Dawn came too quickly, bringing with it the bustle of departure preparations. Adrian appeared dressed in formal traveling clothes that emphasized his noble bearing while remaining practical for the road. He carried weapons, Mira noticed, not just ceremonial pieces, but functional steel that spoke of his readiness for trouble. "Are you expecting conflict?" she asked as they gathered in the courtyard. "I'm expecting politics," Adrian replied grimly, "which can be more dangerous than open warfare." The journey to the capital took 3 days of hard riding through countryside that grew more populated and prosperous the closer they came to the seat of royal power. Villages gave way to market towns, which in turn yielded to the sprawling magnificence of King Edmund's capital city. Mira had never seen so many people in one place. The streets teemed with merchants and nobles, craftsmen and beggars, all flowing through stone channels like water through a complex maze. The noise was overwhelming, voices calling in a dozen different languages, wheels rattling over cobblestones, the constant din of urban life. But it was the royal castle that truly took her breath away. Where Ravenclaw Castle was a fortress built for defense, The royal seat was a monument to power and wealth. Towers reached toward the sky like stone prayers, while walls carved with intricate reliefs told the story of the kingdom's glorious history. "Impressive," Adrian murmured, as their escort led them through gates that could have accommodated an entire village. "Intimidating," Mira corrected, noting how the architecture seemed designed to make visitors feel small and insignificant. They were given quarters in the castle's guest wing, luxurious rooms that were also clearly designed to isolate them from the main centers of court activity. Guards were posted outside their doors with polite explanations about security that fooled no one. "House arrest," Adrian observed as he examined their lavish prison. "Elegant, but unmistakable." "At least it's comfortable house arrest," Mira said, trying to lighten the mood while privately sharing his concerns. The summons to audience came the next morning, delivered by a court official whose ornate robes and officious manner marked him as someone who took his own importance very seriously. "Their Majesties will receive Lord Adrian Ravenclaw and Lady Mira in the throne room at the 10th hour, he announced with ceremonial precision. "Full court dress is required." Preparing for a royal audience was an education in itself. Adrian's valet, borrowed from the castle's staff, helped him into formal court attire that transformed him from territorial lord into sophisticated nobility. Meanwhile, Lady Cordelia's gifts proved their worth as Mira dressed in a gown that managed to be both modest and magnificent, striking just the right balance between humility and nobility. "Remember," Adrian said as they prepared to leave their quarters, "at court everything is performance. How you speak, how you move, even how you breathe. It all conveys messages about your power, your intentions, your weaknesses." "What message should I convey?" "That you're strong enough to be valuable but wise enough to be trustworthy." Adrian offered his arm with courtly grace. "And that you belong at my side, whatever challenges we might face." The throne room was a cathedral of power, its vaulted ceilings disappearing into shadows while light streamed through stained glass windows that painted the assembled court in jeweled colors. At the far end, on thrones carved from single blocks of marble, sat King Edmund and Queen Isabella, the sovereigns whose word was law throughout the northern kingdoms. King Edmund was younger than Mira had expected, perhaps 40 years old, with the kind of commanding presence that made it clear why men followed him into battle. Queen Isabella possessed the ethereal beauty that marked her as supernatural nobility, one of the few werewolf queens in recorded history. "Lord Adrian Ravenclaw," the king's voice carried easily through the vast chamber. "Lady Mira, approach." They walked the length of the throne room, aware that hundreds of courtiers watched their every step, evaluating their bearing for signs of strength or weakness. Mira kept her head high and her pace steady, drawing on reserves of courage she'd discovered during the siege. "Your Majesty," Adrian said, executing a perfect bow. "Your Majesty," he repeated to the Queen. Mira followed his lead, curtsying with the grace Lady Cordelia had drilled into her during their brief lessons in court protocol. "Rise," King Edmund commanded. "We have matters to discuss that affect the stability of our realm." The formal language and public setting made it clear this audience was as much about sending messages to the assembled court as it was about gathering information. "We have received reports," the king continued, "of recent violence in the northern territories. Battles fought, enemies defeated, political boundaries challenged and defended." "Yes, Your Majesty," Adrian replied carefully. "House Shadowfang attempted to seize our territories through armed force. We successfully defended our holdings according to ancient law and custom." "Ancient law and custom," Queen Isabella spoke for the first time, her voice carrying musical notes that marked her supernatural nature. "Including laws governing the awakening of previously unknown bloodlines?" The question was directed at Mira, who felt the weight of every gaze in the throne room focusing on her. "Yes, Your Majesty," Mira replied, proud that her voice remained steady. "I have recently discovered supernatural heritage previously unknown to me." "And how did this discovery affect the territorial dispute with House Shadowfang?" Here was the crucial question, the one that would determine how the crown viewed her role in recent events. It provided Lord Gareth with false justification for his aggression, Mira answered honestly. He claimed I carried Shadowfang blood and therefore represented a tool he could use to challenge House Ravenclaw's territorial rights. His claims were false, but they gave him an excuse for violence he was already planning. False claims, the king mused. Based on what evidence? Master Aldwin's genealogical research has established that Lady Mira's heritage derives from House Valthorn of the Eastern Kingdoms, Adrian interjected smoothly. A noble house that fell during the Continental Wars and holds no current territorial claims. Murmurs rippled through the assembled court as nobles absorbed this information and its implications. House Valthorn, Queen Isabella said with what might have been approval. An honorable lineage. Their destruction was one of the Continental War's greatest tragedies. Indeed, King Edmund agreed. Which brings us to the matter of current loyalties and future allegiances. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze focusing on Mira with laser intensity. Lady Mira, you have awakened to a supernatural heritage that connects you to a noble house, even one no longer in existence. You have proven yourself in battle against House Ravenclaw's enemies. You have chosen to ally yourself with Lord Adrian despite having blood ties that could theoretically challenge his authority. The king paused, letting tension build in the vast chamber. The question before this court is simple. What are your intentions regarding the Northern Territories? Do you seek to establish claims based on your heritage? Do you plan to use your position within House Ravenclaw to advance hidden agendas? Or are your stated loyalties genuine? The moment stretched like a bowstring ready to snap. Mira realized that her answer would not only determine her own fate, but potentially affect the balance of power throughout the kingdom. Your Majesty, she said, drawing on every ounce of dignity and conviction she possessed. I seek only to serve House Ravenclaw, and through them, the crown that protects all supernatural and human subjects alike. My heritage is a gift that allows me to better serve, not a weapon to be used against those who have shown me honor and kindness. And if circumstances changed, if House Ravenclaw fell or Lord Adrian proved unworthy of your loyalty? The hypothetical struck like a dagger, but Mira met the king's gaze without flinching. Then I would serve the crown directly, Your Majesty, as any loyal subject should when their immediate lord fails in their duties. The answer seemed to satisfy something in the king's expression. Around the throne room, nobles exchanged glances that suggested her response had been politically astute. Very well, King Edmund announced. We find no evidence of disloyalty or hidden agenda in either Lord Adrian's actions or Lady Mira's choices. The territorial integrity of the northern regions is confirmed, and House Ravenclaw's authority remains unchallenged. Relief flooded through Mira so powerfully she almost swayed on her feet. They had passed the test, satisfied royal scrutiny, and emerged with their positions not just intact but strengthened. However, the king continued, and Mira's heart sank. Recent events have highlighted the need for stronger ties between the crown and supernatural nobility in the Northern Territories. What does His Majesty propose? Adrian asked carefully. King Edmund smiled, but there was calculation in his expression that made Mira nervous. A royal wedding, he announced, sending gasps through the assembled court. Lord Adrian, you will marry Lady Mira within the month, here at court, with the crown's blessing and the nobility's witness. The command hit like a thunderbolt. Marriage within the month, not a suggestion or invitation, but a royal decree that would bind them permanently and publicly declare their union as having the crown's approval. Your Majesty honors us, Adrian said, though Mira caught tension in his voice. We accept with gratitude. As they were dismissed from the royal presence, Mira's mind reeled with implications. They had come seeking to avoid royal displeasure and ended up committed to marriage under the most public circumstances imaginable. Well, Adrian murmured as they left the throne room, that's one way to settle the courtship question. Are you disappointed? Mira asked quietly, suddenly uncertain whether his acceptance had been genuine or merely political necessity. Adrian stopped walking and turned to face her, his amber eyes holding warmth that banished her doubts. Disappointed that I get to marry the woman I love with the crown's blessing and the kingdom's witness? He smiled with genuine joy. Mira, I can't think of anything that would make me happier. As they returned to their quarters to begin planning a royal wedding, Mira realized that fate had a sense of humor. She'd started this journey as a peasant girl trying to work off a life debt. Now she was about to become a royal bride, married in the kingdom's greatest cathedral with the blessing of the crown itself. Some transformations, she reflected, were more dramatic than others. Chapter 12. Preparations for Paradise. Planning a royal wedding in less than a month was, Mira discovered, like orchestrating a military campaign. The morning after their audience with the king, their guest quarters were invaded by a small army of court officials, seamstresses, musicians, florists, and protocol experts, all determined to create an event worthy of royal sponsorship. At the center of this organized chaos stood Lady Pemberton, the Queen's own wedding coordinator, a woman whose ability to command absolute obedience rivaled that of any military general. The ceremony will take place in St. Aldwyn's Cathedral, Lady Pemberton announced, consulting a list that seemed to grow longer by the hour. 300 guests, including representatives from every major noble house in the kingdom. The Queen herself will serve as matron of honor, while the king will stand as witness for the groom. 300 guests? Mira repeated faintly. I was expecting something more intimate. Royal weddings are never intimate, my dear, Lady Pemberton replied with the patient tone of someone explaining obvious truths to a child. They are political statements, demonstrations of alliance and power. Your marriage to Lord Adrian declares that the crown approves of supernatural nobility integrating with emerging bloodlines. Emerging bloodlines? You, child. A peasant-born girl who awakened to noble heritage and proved herself worthy of an alpha lord's attention. You represent hope for countless others who believe birth doesn't determine destiny. The weight of that symbolism settled on Mira's shoulders like a lead cloak. She wasn't just marrying Adrian, she was becoming a symbol of social mobility and supernatural integration for an entire kingdom. Speaking of symbols, Lady Pemberton continued, we need to discuss your wedding gown. Her Majesty has graciously offered the use of the royal seamstresses, and we have several designs that would be appropriate for a bride of your unique circumstances. The designs were breathtaking. Elaborate confections of silk and lace that would transform her into a fairy tale princess. But as beautiful as they were, something about them felt wrong, like costumes for a play rather than clothing for her actual wedding. They're lovely, Mira said diplomatically, but they don't feel like me. With respect, my lady, this isn't about personal preference. This is about projecting the appropriate image for royal approval. Before Mira could respond, Adrian appeared in the doorway of their temporary sitting room. He took in the scene, fabric samples scattered everywhere, sketches covering every surface, and Mira's obvious discomfort with the proceedings. Lady Pemberton, he said with courtly politeness that carried undertones of steel, might I have a word with my bride-to-be, privately? Of course, my lord. But we really must finalize these details soon if we're to meet His Majesty's timeline. When they were alone, Adrian moved to Mira's side and took her hands in his. You look like you're planning your execution rather than your wedding, he observed gently. It doesn't feel like my wedding, Mira admitted. It feels like a political event that happens to involve me getting married. Because that's exactly what it is, Adrian replied with refreshing honesty. Royal weddings are always political theater. The question is whether we let the politics overshadow what really matters, which is that I love you and you're choosing to marry me despite having every reason to run away from this insanity. Adrian's smile was warm as summer sunlight. Everything else is just pageantry. Easy for you to say. You grew up expecting political pageantry. I grew up expecting to marry the village baker's son in a ceremony attended by 20 people and a cow. Adrian's laugh was pure joy. Tell you what, we'll find a way to make this wedding feel like ours, royal protocol be damned. What would make you happy? Mira considered the question seriously. What would make her happy? Not the elaborate gowns or ceremonial protocols, but something that connected this grand event to the girl she'd been and the woman she was becoming. "I want my mother there," she said finally. "And Martha, and Sir Brendan, and all the people who helped me survive these past months. I want to wear something that reflects where I came from, not just where I'm going." "Done," Adrian said without hesitation. "Mother is already arranging transport for your family and friends from Green Hollow. As for the dress, leave that to me." "Adrian, you can't just ignore royal protocol." "Watch me," he said, with the kind of confident smile that had probably gotten him in trouble since childhood. "I'm marrying the woman I love, not the political symbol the court wants her to be." That afternoon, while Lady Pemberton was occupied with floral arrangements and musical selections, Adrian spirited Mira away from the castle and into the city beyond. Their destination proved to be a small shop in the artisan quarter, where an elderly woman with skilled hands and knowing eyes created garments for those who valued craftsmanship over ostentation. "Mistress Eleanor," Adrian said with genuine warmth as they entered the shop, "I'd like you to meet my bride-to-be." The seamstress studied Mira with the intensity of an artist evaluating a sculpture. "Village-born but nobility awakened," she observed. "You want something that honors both, I expect." "Exactly," Adrian confirmed. "Can you work with that?" "Child, I've been making clothes that tell stories for 40 years. Every thread will speak of your journey." Mistress Eleanor began taking measurements with quick, efficient movements. "Silk for your current station, but woven with cotton threads from your homeland. Embroidery in silver and gold, but using patterns that echo village needlework rather than court fashion." As the seamstress worked, describing her vision for a gown that would bridge two worlds, Mira felt excitement building for the first time since wedding planning began. "It will be beautiful," she breathed. "It will be you," Mistress Eleanor corrected. "Beautiful is easy. Authentic is art." They spent the rest of the afternoon discussing details that would make the wedding feel personal rather than purely ceremonial. Adrian arranged for musicians from the Northern Territories to supplement the court orchestra, ensuring the celebration would include music from Mira's homeland. He commissioned a wedding feast that would feature both royal delicacies and simple foods that represented their shared heritage. "You're going to get in trouble with the protocol experts," Mira warned as they returned to the castle. "Let them try to stop me," Adrian replied with cheerful arrogance. "I'm marrying the most remarkable woman in the kingdom. That deserves a celebration worthy of who she actually is, not who the court thinks she should be." That evening, as they dined in their quarters away from the politics and protocols of court life, Mira found herself looking forward to their wedding for the first time since the king had announced it. "Adrian," she said as they shared wine and simple bread that reminded them both of simpler times, "when we're married, what happens next?" "We go home," Adrian replied simply. "Back to Ravenclaw Castle, back to governing our territories and building something lasting together." "Will it be different? Being married instead of just whatever we are now?" Adrian considered the question seriously. "The supernatural bond will be deeper, more permanent. You'll feel what I feel more directly, and I'll be more protective of you than I already am, which might be saying something." "And politically?" "Politically, you'll be Lady Ravenclaw in truth as well as courtesy. Equal authority in all matters of governance, equal voice in decisions that affect our people." Adrian's expression grew serious. "It's not a ceremonial position, Mira. You'll be helping to rule territory that spans hundreds of miles and affects thousands of lives." The weight of that responsibility was daunting, but Mira found herself looking forward to it rather than fearing it. Months of learning to navigate supernatural politics had given her confidence in her ability to adapt and grow. "Together," she said, reaching across the table to take his hand. "Together," Adrian agreed, his amber eyes holding promises of partnership that went far beyond romance. As night fell over the royal city and wedding preparations continued around them, Mira realized she was no longer the frightened peasant girl who'd stumbled into supernatural politics. She was a woman choosing her own destiny, preparing to bind herself to a man she loved while taking on responsibilities that would challenge her for the rest of her life. It was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. In other words, it was perfect. Chapter 13. Bonds of Blood and Choice. The night before her wedding, Mira couldn't sleep. She stood at the window of her guest chamber, looking out over the royal city where thousands of people slept peacefully under the protection of laws and customs she was about to help uphold. Tomorrow she would become Lady Ravenclaw in truth, bound by supernatural forces to a man she loved and territories she'd sworn to protect. Second thoughts? A familiar voice asked from the doorway. Mira turned to find Queen Isabella entering the chamber, moving with the supernatural grace that marked her as werewolf nobility. The queen wore a simple dressing gown rather than court finery, and her expression held genuine warmth rather than royal formality. "Your Majesty," Mira said, dropping into a curtsy. "Please, call me Isabella. We're about to be sisters in a very real sense. Both women who married into werewolf houses, both outsiders who became insiders through choice rather than birth." "You were an outsider?" Isabella smiled, settling into a chair and gesturing for Mira to join her. "My maiden name was Blackwood. Distant cousin to your Adrian's family, but from a minor branch with little power or influence. When Edmund chose me as his queen, many at court whispered that he was marrying beneath his station. What changed their minds? Time. Persistence. Proving that strength comes from character rather than pedigree." Isabella's pale eyes held depths that spoke of battles fought and won. "The same things that will change minds about you." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, two women separated by birth but connected by similar journeys. "Isabella," Mira said carefully, "may I ask you something personal?" "Of course." "Do you ever regret it? Giving up whatever life you might have had for royal responsibility?" The queen considered the question seriously. "There are moments when I wonder what might have been if I'd chosen differently. But then I think about the laws we've passed protecting supernatural subjects, the treaties that ensure peace between human and werewolf territories, the children growing up in a kingdom where heritage matters less than character." She reached over and took Mira's hand. "You're not just marrying Adrian tomorrow, my dear. You're becoming part of something larger, a network of nobles working to build a better world for all our people." "No pressure," Mira said with a weak smile. "Enormous pressure," Isabella agreed cheerfully. "But also enormous satisfaction when you succeed. And you will succeed, Mira. I've seen how you handle crises, how you think about problems, how you care about people regardless of their station. You have everything necessary to be a great lady. Even though I still don't know which fork to use for the fish course." Isabella's laugh was musical as silver bells. "Etiquette can be learned. Wisdom and compassion cannot. You already possess what matters most." After the queen departed, Mira returned to her restless vigil at the window. But now, instead of feeling overwhelmed by tomorrow's responsibilities, she felt ready. Ready to take on the challenges of leadership, ready to stand beside Adrian as his equal partner, ready to help govern territories where her voice would matter. Dawn came too soon and not soon enough, bringing with it the controlled chaos of wedding day preparations. Mira's chamber is filled with seamstresses, hairstylists, cosmetics experts, and protocol advisors, all working with military precision to transform her into a royal bride. But when Mistress Eleanor arrived with the completed wedding gown, silence fell over the room. The dress was a masterpiece of subtle artistry. At first glance, it appeared to be a traditional court gown, ivory silk with intricate embroidery and a train suitable for cathedral ceremonies. But closer examination revealed the genius of its design. The embroidery patterns echoed village needlework from her homeland, while cotton threads woven through the silk created texture that spoke of her humble origins. The overall effect was elegant enough for royal approval, while remaining true to her personal story. "It's perfect," Mira breathed as the seamstresses helped her into the gown. "It's you," Mistress Eleanor replied with satisfaction, which amounts to the same thing. As the morning progressed, friends and family began arriving from the northern territories. Her mother appeared in the doorway wearing her finest dress and tears of joy, while Martha bustled about offering practical advice and emotional support. Sir Brendan, resplendent in formal armor, served as unofficial coordinator between the castle staff and royal protocols. "Look at you," her mother whispered as Mira prepared for the final procession to the cathedral. "My little girl, about to become a great lady." "I'll always be your little girl," Mira replied, meaning every word. "Nothing will change that." "Everything will change that," her mother corrected gently. "But that's not a bad thing. You've grown into someone I never imagined when I sent you to gather herbs in the forest." The procession to St. Aldwyn's Cathedral was a spectacle that would be remembered for generations. Mira rode in a carriage of state while crowds lined the streets, cheering for the peasant girl who'd captured an alpha lord's heart. Behind her came representatives of every major noble house in the kingdom, their presence a testament to the political significance of this union. But when she entered the cathedral and saw Adrian waiting at the altar, everything else faded away. He wore a formal court dress that emphasized his commanding presence, but his eyes held only love and nervous excitement as she approached. "You look magnificent," he murmured as she reached his side. "You clean up pretty well yourself," she replied, drawing strength from his familiar presence. The ceremony itself was a blend of ancient tradition and personal touches that made it uniquely theirs. King Edmund performed the civil portion with royal authority, while Father Benedict handled the religious elements with gentle warmth. But it was the supernatural bonding ritual, conducted by Queen Isabella as a mated alpha herself, that truly united them. "Do you, Adrian of House Ravenclaw, take Mira as your mate and equal partner, binding your strength to hers and your destiny to hers for all the days of your lives?" "I do," Adrian replied, his voice carrying clearly through the packed cathedral. "Do you, Mira of House Ravenclaw, take Adrian as your mate and equal partner, binding your strength to his and your destiny to his for all the days of your lives?" "I do," Mira said, feeling the weight and wonder of the moment. "Then by the authority of the crown and ancient compact, I pronounce you mated in the sight of supernatural law and human custom." Queen Isabella smiled with genuine joy. "You may seal your bond." The kiss that followed was gentle and reverent, but Mira felt something deeper than physical contact, a sense of connection that reached into her very soul. She could feel Adrian's emotions as if they were her own, could sense his strength flowing into her, while her own compassion tempered his protective instincts. The cathedral erupted in celebration as nobles and commoners alike cheered the union that symbolized so much hope for the kingdom's future. But Mira had awareness only for the man beside her, whose hand in hers felt like coming home. As they processed from the cathedral as husband and wife, Mira caught sight of faces in the crowd, some joyful, some calculating, some genuinely moved by the spectacle of love transcending social boundaries. She was no longer Mira the peasant girl, or even Mira the awakened noble. She was Lady Mira Ravenclaw, mated to an alpha lord, and ready to face whatever challenges that position would bring. The wedding feast that followed was a celebration worthy of legend. The royal great hall had been transformed into something magical, with flowers from every corner of the kingdom creating cascades of color and fragrance. Musicians alternated between court orchestras and folk musicians from the northern territories, ensuring the celebration honored both royal protocols and personal heritage. Mira found herself seated at the high table between Adrian and Queen Isabella, facing a hall filled with 300 of the kingdom's most powerful figures. But scattered throughout the formal nobility were faces that made her heart sing, her mother beaming with pride, Martha dabbing at tears with her apron, Sir Brendan raising his goblet in salute. "Nervous?" Adrian murmured during a brief lull in the formal toasts. Terrified, Mira admitted. But the good kind of terrified, if that makes sense. Perfect sense. I feel the same way. Adrian's hand found hers beneath the table, their new supernatural bond allowing her to feel his emotions directly. Love, protectiveness, and yes, a healthy dose of nervousness about their shared future. King Edmund rose to offer the ceremonial toast, his voice carrying easily through the vast hall. Lords and ladies, nobles and honored guests, he began. Today we witness more than the union of two remarkable individuals. We witness the promise of our kingdom's future, a future where birth determines opportunity, but character determines destiny. The toast echoed throughout the hall, but Mira caught the subtle political currents beneath the celebration. Some faces showed genuine approval, others calculation. Still others the careful neutrality of those waiting to see which way political winds would blow. You'll learn to read court faces, Queen Isabella observed quietly. It becomes second nature after a while. As the evening progressed, noble after noble approached to offer congratulations and assess the new Lady Ravenclaw. Each conversation was a delicate dance of courtesy and evaluation, with everyone trying to determine how this unexpected addition to supernatural nobility might affect their own positions. Lady Mira, Lord Chancellor Aldwin approached during a break between musical performances. Might I offer personal congratulations on your remarkable transformation? Thank you, Lord Chancellor. Though I prefer to think of it as discovery rather than transformation. Ah, yes, the awakening of previously unknown heritage. Quite fascinating from a legal perspective. The Chancellor's smile held edges sharp enough to cut. I trust you understand the complexities such awakenings can create in matters of territorial law? Here was a test, Mira realized. The Chancellor was probing to see if she might harbor ambitions that could destabilize existing power structures. I understand that heritage provides opportunities, Lord Chancellor, but choices determine outcomes, she replied carefully. My choice is to serve House Ravenclaw, and through them, the crown that protects all subjects regardless of their birth. Wise words from a wise lady, the Chancellor agreed, though his eyes suggested he would continue watching her carefully. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of an unexpected guest, Alpha Ravencrest, whose territories bordered the northern regions and whose political ambitions were legendary throughout the court. Lord Adrian, Lady Mira, the Alpha said with elaborate courtesy that couldn't quite hide his calculating assessment. What a remarkable celebration. I confess myself curious about your plans for the northern territories now that your circumstances have changed so dramatically. Our plans remain what they've always been, Adrian replied with dangerous mildness. Governing our territories justly, protecting our people effectively, and maintaining the stability that serves the Crown's interests. Of course. Though one wonders how the recent awakening of new bloodlines might affect traditional power balances. The Alpha's gaze fixed on Mira with predatory interest. Such discoveries do tend to create opportunities for those bold enough to seize them. The threat was subtle but unmistakable. Alpha Ravencrest was fishing to see if Mira might be turned against her chosen loyalties, or if her presence in House Ravenclaw could be used to justify his own territorial ambitions. The only opportunity I seek, Your Grace, is the chance to serve my people and my husband with honor, Mira replied firmly. I find that contentment lies in fulfilling one's duties rather than seeking to expand them unnecessarily. The Alpha's smile grew sharper. How refreshingly provincial. I'm sure such simple virtues will serve you well in the complexities of noble governance. Before the conversation could grow more pointed, musical fanfare announced the beginning of formal dancing. Adrian rose and offered Mira his hand with courtly grace. My lady, would you honor me with this dance? Always, she replied, allowing him to lead her onto the floor where they joined other couples in the intricate patterns of court choreography. Alpha Ravencrest seems charming, Mira observed as they moved through the dance steps. Alpha Ravencrest is a snake in expensive clothing, Adrian replied with cheerful bluntness. He's been angling for Northern Territory expansion for decades. Your awakening gives him new angles to explore. Should I be concerned? You should be aware. Knowledge is power in court politics, and understanding who wants what from you is an essential survival skill. As the evening progressed, Mira found herself enjoying the celebration despite its political undercurrents. The food was magnificent, the music stirring, and the company, when not actively scheming, genuinely festive. Her mother danced with King Edmund himself, while Martha scandalized the court by teaching several young nobles village folk dances. But it was the moment when she and Adrian stepped onto the balcony for a brief respite from the crowds that truly mattered. "How are you feeling?" Adrian asked as they looked out over the royal city sparkling with festival lights. "Like everything and nothing has changed," Mira replied, leaning into his warmth. "I'm still me, but now I'm me with a title and responsibilities I never imagined. And a husband who loves you beyond reason. That too." She turned in his arms, marveling at how perfectly she fit against his chest. "Adrian, when we go home tomorrow, what will be different?" "Everything and nothing," he echoed her words with a smile. "We'll still govern the same territories, serve the same people, and face the same challenges. But now we'll do it as equal partners, bound by something deeper than political alliance. The supernatural bond, I can feel it constantly. Your emotions, your thoughts, even your physical sensations. Is it always this intense? It will settle as we adjust to each other. But yes, mated alphas share everything. Some find it overwhelming. I find it comforting," Mira admitted. "Like I'm never truly alone anymore." "You're not. For better or worse, you're stuck with me now." "I can think of worse fates," she said, rising on her toes to kiss him. The kiss was interrupted by the sound of someone clearing their throat diplomatically. They turned to find King Edmund approaching with Queen Isabella at his side. "Forgive the interruption," the king said with amusement, "but protocol demands a few final words before you retire as married nobility." "Of course, Your Majesty," Adrian replied, though Mira could feel his reluctance to return to political formalities. "Lord Adrian, Lady Mira?" King Edmund's expression grew serious. "Your marriage represents more than personal happiness. It symbolizes the kingdom's commitment to merit over birth, to unity over division. Many will watch your governance for signs of how such partnerships might work." "We understand the responsibility, Your Majesty," Mira replied. "I believe you do, which is why I'm entrusting you with something beyond your current territories." The king produced a sealed document. "Extension of your governing authority to include the borderlands between your current holdings and Alpha Ravencrest's territory." The implications hit like lightning. The king was expanding their power while positioning them as a buffer against Alpha Ravencrest's ambitions. "Your Majesty honors us," Adrian said carefully, "but those territories have been disputed for decades." "Indeed. Which is why they require leaders who understand both diplomacy and strength, who can build bridges while maintaining boundaries." Queen Isabella smiled with satisfaction. "Leaders like yourselves." As they accepted the new responsibility, Mira realized their honeymoon period would be brief. Tomorrow they would return to the north as rulers of expanded territories, facing challenges that would test everything they'd learned about leadership and partnership. But looking at Adrian's determined expression, feeling his strength and love through their bond, she felt ready for whatever lay ahead. They had each other, they had purpose, and they had the backing of the crown itself. It was more than enough to build a future worth fighting for. Chapter 14. Homecoming. The journey back to Ravenclaw Castle took on the character of a royal progress. Word of their expanded authority had preceded them, bringing representatives from villages and towns throughout their new territories to line the roads with celebrations and petitions. What should have been a 3-day ride stretched to nearly a week as they stopped to meet local leaders, hear grievances, and establish their presence as legitimate rulers rather than distant nobles. "This is exhausting," Mira confided to Adrian as they made camp outside the town of Millhaven, their fourth stop in as many days. This is governing, Adrian corrected with weary amusement. The glamorous reality of noble leadership, endless meetings, constant diplomacy, and the occasional desperate need to solve problems you didn't create. Their tent was large enough to serve as a mobile court, complete with maps, documents, and a small army of clerks and advisors who helped coordinate their expanding responsibilities. Mira was learning to navigate the complex web of local politics while simultaneously establishing her authority as a legitimate ruler rather than merely Adrian's wife. The grain dispute in Westfield, she said, reviewing the day's accumulated paperwork. Both villages claim hereditary rights to the same farming territory. A problem that's been festering for decades, Adrian agreed. Previous lords have avoided making a decision because any ruling creates enemies. But avoiding decisions creates different enemies, the people who suffer while the dispute continues. Mira studied the maps showing the contested territory. What if we approached it differently? How so? Instead of awarding the land to either village, what if we made it a cooperative territory? Shared farming, shared profits, shared responsibility for maintenance and protection. Adrian considered the proposal with growing interest. Radical. It would require both villages to work together instead of competing, which might create stronger communities in the long run. United territories are harder for enemies to divide. Alpha Ravencrest's territory borders that region, Adrian observed. Establishing cooperative settlements would make his expansion efforts considerably more difficult. They spent the evening refining the proposal, crafting legal frameworks that would transform competitive hostility into collaborative strength. By morning, they had developed a model that could potentially be applied to other disputed territories throughout their expanded domain. The implementation required delicate diplomacy. Leaders from both villages arrived expecting vindication of their competing claims, only to find themselves presented with an entirely different paradigm. You're asking us to trust people we've been fighting for generations, the Westfield elder observed skeptically. I'm offering you the chance to build something stronger than either village could achieve alone, Mira replied. But the choice is yours. You can continue fighting over scraps or work together to create abundance. The debate that followed was intense but ultimately productive. Faced with clear alternatives and practical benefits, both villages agreed to attempt the cooperative model for one growing season with formal evaluation to follow. Brilliant, Adrian murmured as they departed Westfield behind them. You've turned a territorial dispute into a coalition-building exercise. You sound surprised. Not surprised, impressed. You're thinking like a true ruler, not just solving immediate problems, but building foundations for long-term stability. As they continued their journey home, similar challenges arose in each settlement they visited. Border disputes, resource allocation conflicts, questions of taxation and protection, the accumulated problems of territories that had lacked consistent governance for years. But with each solution they crafted, Mira felt more confident in her ability to serve as a true partner in governance, rather than merely a symbolic figurehead. Her perspective as someone who'd lived among common people proved invaluable in understanding the real-world impact of noble decisions. The people trust you, Adrian observed as they rode through a mountain pass that would bring Ravenclaw Castle into view. Not because of your title or your marriage to me, but because they can see you understand their lives. I was one of them until recently, Mira pointed out. That doesn't just disappear because I awakened to supernatural heritage. No, but many nobles forget their origins once they gain power. You seem determined to remember yours. As they crested the final hill and Ravenclaw Castle came into view, Mira felt a complex mixture of emotions through their bond. Relief at returning home, satisfaction at successful diplomacy, and underlying tension about the challenges that awaited them. You're worried about something, she observed. Alpha Ravencrest has had 2 weeks to plan his response to our expanded authority. I doubt he's been idle. The castle courtyard buzzed with activity as their party approached. But Mira noticed subtle signs of increased security. More guards than usual, weapons closer at hand, the kind of heightened alertness that suggested potential threats. Lady Cordelia met them at the gates, her usual composed elegance intact, but her pale eyes holding concerns she couldn't voice publicly. "Welcome home," she said with genuine warmth, embracing them both. "Your wedding was magnificent, and the king's gesture of expanded territory shows remarkable confidence in your abilities." "What aren't you telling us?" Adrian asked quietly as they moved through familiar corridors toward the family's private quarters. "Alpha Ravencrest has been active during your absence. Diplomatic missions to neighboring houses, suggestions that rapid territorial expansion might indicate instability rather than royal favor." Lady Cordelia's voice carried careful neutrality. "Nothing overtly hostile, but enough to create uncertainty among potential allies." "Meaning?" "Meaning he's trying to isolate you politically before making his next move. Classic strategy: undermine support networks, then strike when resistance is weakened." That evening, as they dined in the family solar away from formal court protocols, the full scope of their challenges became clear. Alpha Ravencrest had indeed been busy, spreading subtle doubts about their legitimacy, while positioning himself as a stabilizing alternative. "He's claiming your marriage was politically motivated rather than genuine," Lady Cordelia reported, suggesting that awakened bloodlines can't be trusted to maintain loyalty when tested. "Tested how?" Mira asked. "He's petitioning the Crown for permission to conduct stability assessments in the newly assigned territories, official inspections to ensure proper governance." Adrian's expression darkened with understanding. "Inspections that would give him an excuse to move troops through our lands, assess our defenses, and identify potential supporters." "Exactly. And if he finds any evidence of misgovernment or disloyalty, he gets royal authorization to intervene," Mira finished grimly. "Clever. He's using the law against us instead of breaking it. So what do? We govern so well that his inspections become endorsements rather than criticisms," Adrian decided. "Every village, every settlement, every individual in our territories becomes living proof that our leadership serves their interests. That's a significant challenge in territories we've just inherited," Lady Cordelia pointed out. "Many of these people have never had consistent governance. They may not know how to benefit from it." "Then we teach them," Mira said with growing conviction. "Not through lectures or proclamations, but through actions that improve their daily lives." Over the following days, they threw themselves into intensive governance with the passion of people whose legitimacy depended on visible success. Teams of administrators fanned out across their territories, implementing the cooperative models they'd developed during their journey home. The results were almost immediate. Villages that had spent decades in conflict began working together on shared projects. Trade routes reopened as security improved. Tax collection became cooperative rather than coercive as people saw direct benefits from contributing to governance. "It's working," Sir Brendan reported during their weekly council meeting. "Productivity is up, conflicts are down, and people are starting to think of themselves as citizens rather than subjects." "Good," Adrian replied, "because Alpha Ravencrest's inspectors arrive next week." The announcement sent tension through the council chamber. After weeks of intensive effort, they were about to face the test that would determine their political survival. "Are we ready?" Mira asked. "We're about to find out," Adrian replied with grim determination. As inspection day approached, Mira found herself thinking about the journey that had brought her to this moment. From peasant girl gathering herbs to noble lady defending territories, the transformation still seemed impossible, even living it. But looking around the council chamber at faces that had become family, feeling the strength of the bond that connected her to Adrian and the responsibility that connected them both to their people, she realized she was ready for whatever came next. Alpha Ravencrest wanted to test their legitimacy? Let him try. Chapter 15. The Inspector's Challenge. Alpha Ravencrest's inspection party arrived with all the ceremony of a royal progress and the subtle menace of an occupying army. Mira watched from the castle battlements as nearly 100 riders approached in perfect formation, their banners snapping in the crisp morning air. At their head rode the Alpha himself, resplendent in armor that managed to be both ceremonial and functional, his expression carrying the confident satisfaction of a man who expected to find exactly what he was looking for. "Impressive show of force for a peaceful inspection," Adrian observed grimly as he joined her at the ramparts. "Intimidation is half the battle in political warfare," Lady Cordelia added, appearing at their other side. "He wants us to be nervous and defensive before the actual evaluation begins." The inspection party was met with all appropriate ceremonies, formal greetings in the Great Hall, quarters prepared for distinguished guests, a feast worthy of ducal rank. But beneath the courtly politeness, everyone understood this was warfare conducted through legal channels. "Alpha Ravencrest," Adrian said with flawless courtesy as they gathered for the welcoming dinner. "What an honor to host such a distinguished party. I trust your journey was pleasant?" "Quite educational, actually," the Alpha replied with a smile that revealed too many teeth. "I had the opportunity to speak with several of your newer subjects along the way. Fascinating perspectives on recent changes in governance." The barb was delicately delivered but unmistakable. Ravencrest had been gathering intelligence from their own people, looking for signs of discontent or instability. "I hope you found them prosperous and well protected," Mira said calmly. "We've worked hard to ensure all our subjects benefit from recent territorial expansions." "Indeed? How refreshingly idealistic. Though one does wonder about the practical sustainability of such ambitious social reforms." Over the next 3 days, the inspection proceeded with methodical thoroughness. Alpha Ravencrest's assessors examined everything: tax records, trade agreements, military preparations, agricultural productivity, judicial decisions. They interviewed village leaders, merchants, farmers, craftsmen, anyone who might provide evidence of misgovernment or popular discontent. But as the evaluation progressed, the Alpha's confident expression began to show cracks of uncertainty. "The cooperative farming model in Westfield is unprecedented," reported Lord Ashford, the Alpha's chief assessor, during their private evening conference. "Both villages have increased productivity by 30% while reducing conflicts to 0. Surely there must be underlying tensions," Alpha Ravencrest insisted. "Hereditary enemies don't simply begin cooperating because new nobles suggest it." "That's what I expected to find, Your Grace. But the evidence suggests genuine collaboration. They're planning joint harvest festivals and discussing marriage alliances between their young people." Mira caught fragments of this conversation through the supernatural hearing her awakening had provided, and she shared the intelligence with Adrian through their bond. "He's not finding what he hoped to find," she reported as they prepared for the inspection's final day. "Which makes him more dangerous, not less," Adrian replied. "Desperate enemies take desperate measures." The warning proved prophetic. On the final morning of inspection, Alpha Ravencrest requested a private audience with Mira alone, a breach of protocol that immediately raised suspicions. "I'm curious about your perspective on recent developments," the Alpha said once they were sequestered in the castle's formal receiving chamber. "After all, you've experienced something quite remarkable: elevation in circumstances." "I've been blessed with opportunities to serve people I care about," Mira replied carefully. "Indeed, though one wonders what might happen should those people prove less worthy of such devotion." The Alpha's pale eyes studied her with predatory intensity. "Noble houses rise and fall, Lady Mira. Loyalties must sometimes adapt to changing circumstances." Here was the offer she'd been expecting, the chance to betray Adrian in exchange for protection when Alpha Ravencrest made his move for power. "Your Grace speaks of hypothetical situations," Mira said with careful neutrality. "I prefer to focus on present realities." Present realities can change quickly in supernatural politics. A wise woman prepares for multiple possibilities. A loyal woman honors her commitments regardless of convenience. The Alpha's expression shifted, revealing frustration at her refusal to be turned. "Loyalty is admirable, but survival is practical. Consider my words carefully, Lady Mira. Opportunities for adjustment may not come again. That afternoon, the formal inspection concluded with Alpha Ravencrest's public report to the assembled household and territorial representatives. After thorough evaluation, he announced with obvious reluctance, I find the governance of these territories to be adequate to current royal standards. The word adequate was delivered with precisely calculated disdain, designed to damn with faint praise. However, the Alpha continued, certain concerns remain about the long-term stability of such rapid territorial expansion. Further monitoring may be warranted to ensure continued compliance with Crown interests. The threat was politely veiled but unmistakable. Alpha Ravencrest would be watching for any excuse to challenge their authority again. We appreciate your Grace's thorough assessment, Adrian replied with equally calculated courtesy. Should you require any future clarification about our governance methods, we remain at your service. After the inspection party departed, the castle's atmosphere shifted from tense formality to exhausted relief. They had passed the immediate test, but everyone understood this was merely the opening move in a longer game. He'll be back, Lady Cordelia observed as they gathered in the family solar to assess the situation. This inspection was reconnaissance, not conquest. He's learned our strengths and weaknesses for future reference. What did he learn? Mira asked. That you can't be bought or intimidated, which makes you more dangerous to his ambitions, Adrian replied grimly. Also, that our governance model actually works, which undermines his arguments about instability. So, what's his next move? He'll look for external pressure points, allies who can be turned against us, superior authorities who might question our methods, crisis situations that might justify intervention. That evening, as they walked the castle battlements under stars that seemed unusually bright, Mira found herself thinking about the conversation Alpha Ravencrest had forced on her. He offered me protection if I betrayed you, she told Adrian through their bond rather than spoken words. I know. I could feel your disgust through our connection. Adrian's mental voice carried warmth and pride. Thank you for refusing him. Did you think I might accept? Never. But it's good to have confirmation that you're as incorruptible as I believed. They stood together in comfortable silence, watching the lights of their territories spread out below like scattered jewels. Somewhere in that darkness, people were living lives made better by their governance, families reunited by cooperative farming, trade flourishing under fair taxation, disputes resolved through justice rather than force. It's worth fighting for, Mira observed. All of it, Adrian agreed. The land, the people, the future we're building together. Then we keep building, no matter what Alpha Ravencrest plans. No matter what, Adrian confirmed, pulling her closer against the night's chill. As they returned to the castle's warmth, neither saw the raven that detached itself from the shadows of the outer wall, carrying a message that would reach Alpha Ravencrest's stronghold before dawn. The inspection was over, but the real war was just beginning. Chapter 16, Shadows and Alliances. The attacks began 3 weeks after Alpha Ravencrest's inspection, subtle and deniable, but clearly coordinated. Merchant caravans found their usual routes through Ravenclaw territory suddenly unsafe due to increased bandit activity. Trade agreements with neighboring houses were quietly renegotiated to exclude Ravenclaw goods. Diplomatic correspondence from allied nobles became conspicuously sparse. Economic warfare, Lady Cordelia diagnosed as they reviewed reports of the mounting pressure. He's trying to strangle our territories without resorting to open military action. Can he succeed? Mira asked, studying trade figures that showed declining revenues across their holdings. If we let him isolate us completely, yes, Adrian replied grimly. Economic independence only works if you actually have enough resources to be independent. The situation deteriorated further when Lord Blackthorn, whose territories provided crucial access to southern trade routes, announced he was reconsidering existing agreements due to concerns about territorial stability. Ravencrest got to him, Sir Brendan observed during their emergency council session. Probably offered better terms in exchange for cooperation. Or threatened worse consequences for continued alliance with us, Lady Cordelia added. Fear can be as effective as greed in changing loyalties. Mira found herself thinking about solutions while Adrian focused on damage control. The immediate crisis required short-term fixes, but the underlying problem was their isolation from traditional noble networks that might otherwise provide support. What if we created new networks instead of trying to restore old ones? She suggested during their private evening conference. New networks with whom? Adrian asked. Ravencrest has been systematically undermining our relationships with established houses. With houses that aren't established yet. Minor nobility, merchant families seeking elevation, younger sons looking for opportunities to build their own power base. Adrian's amber eyes sharpened with interest. Ambitious and risky. You're talking about fundamentally changing how supernatural politics work in the Northern Territories. Sometimes fundamental change is the only way to survive fundamental threats. They spent the following weeks implementing Mira's strategy, reaching out to lesser nobles and rising merchants who had been overlooked by traditional power structures. The response was surprisingly positive. Many welcomed the chance to ally with rulers who valued merit over hereditary connections. Lord Ashworth has agreed to exclusive trading partnerships, Sir Brendan reported with satisfaction. His holdings are small, but his merchant connections reach across 3 kingdoms. Lady Pemberton is offering military alliance in exchange for protection during her territorial consolidation, Captain Marcus added. Her forces are limited, but they're well-trained and absolutely loyal. Most importantly, Elena contributed, having recently returned from diplomatic missions, word is spreading that House Ravenclaw offers genuine partnership rather than patronizing protection. People want to be part of what we're building. The new alliance network grew organically as success stories spread and traditional power brokers found themselves excluded from increasingly profitable arrangements. But Alpha Ravencrest was not slow to recognize the threat. He's demanding a formal hearing before the king, Lady Cordelia announced, entering their private solar with urgent correspondence. Claims that irregular alliance building threatens regional stability and requires royal oversight. Let him, Adrian said with dangerous calm. We've done nothing illegal or improper. If he wants royal attention, he'll get it, but not the kind he expects. You sound confident. I sound like someone who has documentation proving Alpha Ravencrest has been engaging in economic warfare, diplomatic coercion, and systematic undermining of crown-appointed territorial governors. Adrian's smile was sharp as winter frost. Amazing what ambitious minor nobles will reveal when they think cooperation might earn them royal favor. The royal hearing was scheduled for early autumn, giving both sides time to prepare their cases and gather supporters. But in the interim, their new alliance network continued to strengthen and expand. The irony is delicious, Lady Cordelia observed as they reviewed the latest alliance agreements. Ravencrest's attempts to isolate us have forced us to build something stronger than what we lost. Stronger and more sustainable, Mira added, studying reports from their newest allies. These partnerships are based on mutual benefit rather than traditional hierarchy. They'll last longer because everyone has a stake in their success. The proof came when Alpha Ravencrest attempted one final pre-hearing gambit, direct military pressure on their smallest ally, Lord Ashworth, designed to demonstrate the futility of opposing established power. The response was swift and overwhelming. Instead of Lord Ashworth facing Alpha Ravencrest alone, he found himself supported by the entire alliance network. Troops from a dozen minor houses converged on his territory, while merchants throughout the region implemented coordinated trade sanctions against Ravencrest holdings. This is unprecedented, Sir Brendan marveled as reports poured in from across the Northern Territories. Minor nobles are acting like a coordinated military force instead of competing individuals. This is what we've built, Adrian corrected with quiet pride. A network where strength comes from cooperation rather than domination. Alpha Ravencrest's forces withdrew after a single day of confrontation, clearly unprepared for organized resistance from supposedly weak allies. But his retreat came with a promise that chilled the air like winter frost. "This matter will be resolved at the royal hearing," he announced through official channels. "His Majesty will determine whether such irregular arrangements serve the crown's interests." "Let him threaten," Mira said, as they received word of the Alpha's pronouncement. "We've built something worth defending, and we have allies willing to help defend it." "More than that," Adrian added, pulling her close as they stood in their solar-watching sunset, paint their lands in shades of gold and crimson. "We've proven that love can be the foundation for power instead of power being the enemy of love." "Is that what we've done?" "Think about it. Our marriage began this alliance network. Our partnership makes it work. Our commitment to serving others instead of dominating them gives it strength." Adrian's voice carried wonder at his own realization. "We've turned love into a political force." As night fell over territories that hummed with prosperity and cooperation, Mira reflected on the journey that had brought them to this moment. From life debt to partnership, from survival to leadership, from isolation to alliance, each step had been a choice to build rather than destroy, to include rather than exclude, to strengthen others rather than weaken them. The royal hearing would test everything they'd built, but win or lose, they had created something worth remembering, something worth fighting for, something that proved love could indeed conquer all, even in a world built on supernatural politics and ancient feuds. The war with Alpha Ravencrest was far from over, but they no longer faced it alone. Chapter 17. The Royal Judgment. The Great Hall of the Royal Castle had been transformed into a tribunal that would determine the fate of the Northern Territories. King Edmund presided from his throne, flanked by the kingdom's highest nobles and most senior advisors. To his right sat Queen Isabella, her supernatural awareness providing insight into the emotional undercurrents of the proceedings. To his left stood the Lord Chancellor, whose mastery of law would ensure proper legal procedure. "This hearing," the king announced as the hall fell silent, "will determine whether recent territorial arrangements serve the crown's interests or threaten regional stability." Alpha Ravencrest stood at the petitioner's position, surrounded by traditional allies whose power derived from ancient bloodlines and established privileges. His case was presented with polished eloquence that painted Mira and Adrian's alliance network as dangerous innovation, threatening centuries of stable governance. "Your Majesty," the Alpha argued, "territorial authority has always rested on proven bloodlines and established hierarchies. When unknown bloodlines suddenly claim authority, when minor houses challenge traditional precedents, the very foundations of noble governance are threatened." "Furthermore," he continued, producing documents with flourishing gestures, "economic partnerships that bypass established trade relationships create instability that affects the entire kingdom. Irregular alliances may serve immediate interests, but they undermine the predictable structures that ensure long-term prosperity." The argument was sophisticated and appealing to conservative instincts that valued tradition over innovation. Several senior nobles nodded approvingly as Alpha Ravencrest built his case for intervention. When Adrian rose to present their defense, the hall's atmosphere shifted subtly. Where the Alpha had relied on formal rhetoric, Adrian spoke with the practical authority of someone who had actually governed territories successfully. "Your Majesty," Adrian began, "the question before this court is not whether change is occurring, but whether that change serves your subjects' welfare. The evidence speaks for itself." He gestured to representatives from their alliance network who filled the hall's gallery. Minor nobles whose territories now prospered, merchants whose businesses had expanded, farmers whose cooperatives had eliminated decades of conflict. "Productivity in our territories has increased 40% since implementing cooperative governance," Adrian continued, presenting meticulously documented evidence. "Tax revenues have grown while tax burdens have decreased. Border conflicts have virtually disappeared while trade has expanded throughout the region. Moreover," he added with quiet intensity, "these improvements extend beyond our immediate holdings. Every house in our alliance network reports similar gains. Alpha Ravencrest argues for tradition, but tradition that impoverishes subjects while enriching only nobles is not worth preserving. The counter-argument was effective, but Mira could see that it wasn't decisive. The assembled nobles were split between those impressed by practical results and those concerned about precedent. That's when Queen Isabella requested permission to speak, an unusual intervention that immediately commanded attention. "Your Majesty," the Queen said, her musical voice carrying clearly through the vast hall, "if I may address the underlying question of bloodline legitimacy that seems central to this dispute." King Edmund nodded his consent, and Queen Isabella rose with supernatural grace that reminded everyone of her own non-traditional path to royal authority. "Alpha Ravencrest suggests that Lady Mira's awakened bloodline represents a dangerous precedent," the Queen observed. "But what precedent exactly? That noble heritage can manifest in unexpected circumstances? That individuals of proven character might discover their true parentage? That birth determines potential, but choices determine worth?" She paused to let the implications settle before continuing. "I myself was a minor nobility when His Majesty chose me as queen. By Alpha Ravencrest's logic, my elevation threatened traditional hierarchies and should have been prevented. Yet I trust this court agrees that our marriage has served the kingdom well." The parallel was devastating to Alpha Ravencrest's argument. By questioning Mira's legitimacy, he was implicitly questioning the Queen's, a position no noble could afford to take publicly. "The true question," Queen Isabella concluded, "is whether we judge nobility by what they accomplish or what they inherit. Lady Mira has proven her worth through service, sacrifice, and successful governance. What more can any of us offer?" When it came time for final statements, Mira found herself rising to speak for the first time during the proceedings. The hall fell silent as the woman at the center of the controversy prepared to defend herself. "Your Majesty," she began, drawing on every lesson in dignity Lady Cordelia had taught her, "I did not choose to awaken supernatural heritage. I did not seek a noble title or territorial authority. And some werewolves? Some werewolves find it intoxicating to the point of addiction. They lose themselves in the bond, become extensions of their alpha's will rather than independent beings." Adrian's eyes searched her face for signs of fear or uncertainty. "I need to know you understand what you'd be accepting. Not just marriage, but a supernatural connection that will change you forever." Mira considered his words carefully, studying the play of emotions across his features. Here was a man offering her everything, but with complete honesty about the costs involved. "Would you want me to lose myself in the bond?" she asked quietly. "Never." The answer came without hesitation. "What drew me to you in the first place was your independence, your willingness to challenge me when you thought I was wrong. I don't want a shadow, Mira. I want a partner." "Then that's what you'll have," she said with conviction that surprised them both. "If I choose to accept this bond, it will be as myself, all of myself, including the parts that might disagree with you." Adrian's smile was radiant as summer dawn. "I wouldn't have it any other way." He stepped closer, and Mira felt the same electric tension that had sparked between them during their first confrontation in the training yard. But this time, instead of anger, the air hummed with possibility. "May I kiss you?" Adrian asked, his voice rough with barely contained desire. Instead of answering with words, Mira rose on her toes and pressed her lips to his. The kiss was gentle at first, almost tentative, as if they were both afraid of breaking some fragile spell. Then Adrian's arms came around her, pulling her against his chest, and the kiss deepened into something that made the world disappear around them. When they finally broke apart, both were breathing hard. Mira could feel her supernatural senses heightened by emotion, could hear Adrian's heartbeat thundering in rhythm with her own. "Well," she said when she could speak again, "that answers some questions about compatibility." Adrian's laugh was pure joy. "Only some. We may need to conduct further research." Extensive research, Mira agreed, surprising herself with her boldness. They spent the rest of the morning exploring the estate, talking about everything and nothing, childhood memories, favorite books, dreams for the future. Adrian told her about the burden of leadership, the weight of making decisions that affected hundreds of lives. Mira shared stories of her village, her grandmother's wisdom, the simple pleasures of a life connected to the land. "You'll miss it," Adrian observed as they paused beside a meadow where wildflowers swayed in the breeze. "The simplicity of your old life." "Sometimes," Mira admitted. "But I can't go back to being the girl who thought the world ended at the village borders. Not after everything I've seen and learned and become." "And what have you become?" Mira looked out over the meadow, then back at the man who'd challenged her to discover her own strength. Someone who chooses her own destiny instead of accepting whatever fate hands her. Someone who fights for what matters instead of hiding from what's difficult. Someone worthy of being loved by an alpha, Adrian said quietly. The words sent warmth flooding through her entire body. "Are you saying you love me, Lord Ravenclaw?" "I'm saying I'm falling in love with you, Lady Mira, deeply and irrevocably and completely." Before she could respond, the sound of approaching hoofbeats interrupted their moment. A messenger in Ravenclaw colors rode toward them at urgent speed, his face grim with news that couldn't wait. "My lord," the man called as he drew near. "Urgent word from the capital. King Edmund requests your immediate presence at court." Adrian's expression darkened as he read the official summons the messenger handed him. "What's the nature of this request?" "Unknown, my lord, but it came with a royal escort. They're waiting at the castle now." Mira felt ice spreading through her veins. "Is this about the siege? About my awakening?" "Possibly," Adrian said, his protective instincts clearly engaged. "Or it could be routine political maneuvering. But royal summons aren't typically refused." "Then you'll go," Mira said with more calm than she felt. "We'll go," Adrian corrected. "You're part of this house now, part of whatever consequences our actions have created. If the crown has questions about recent events, you have as much right to answer them as I do." The idea of facing royal justice was terrifying, but Mira found herself drawing strength from Adrian's unwavering support. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. "How long do we have?" she asked. "Royal escorts don't like to be kept waiting," the messenger replied. They requested departure within the hour. As they rode back toward the castle, Mira realized that their peaceful morning of courtship might be the last calm moment they'd have for quite some time. The supernatural world was about to collide with royal politics, and she was rapidly becoming a central figure in whatever drama was unfolding. But looking at Adrian's determined profile as he planned their response to this latest crisis, she felt something she'd never experienced before: complete confidence that whatever storms lay ahead, they would weather them together. The girl who'd saved an old woman in the forest was gone forever. In her place rode Lady Mira of House Ravenclaw, partner to an alpha lord and ready to face whatever destiny had in store. "Your Majesty," she began, drawing on every lesson in dignity Lady Cordelia had taught her. "I did not choose to awaken supernatural heritage. I did not seek noble title or territorial authority. I simply acted according to my conscience when I saw suffering that I could prevent." She paused, gathering courage for what she knew would be the most important words she'd ever spoken. "But having been given these opportunities, I have chosen how to use them. I chose cooperation over conquest. I chose to serve rather than dominate. I chose to build alliances based on mutual benefit rather than fear." Mira gestured toward the gallery where representatives of their alliance network sat listening. "Alpha Ravencrest speaks of tradition and stability, but what stability is there in systems that impoverish subjects while enriching only rulers? What tradition is worth preserving if it perpetuates suffering that could be prevented? The alliances we've built are not irregular. They're innovative. They're not threatening. They're transformative. They prove that nobility can serve a purpose beyond self-aggrandizement." She took a breath, then delivered her final argument with quiet conviction. Your Majesty, I stand before you not as someone demanding rights based on bloodline, but as someone offering service based on capability. Judge me not by what I inherited, but by what I've accomplished. Judge our alliance not by its deviation from tradition, but by its results. The hall fell into profound silence as nobles absorbed her words. When King Edmund finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of royal authority making decisions that would reshape the kingdom. This court has heard extensive testimony about territorial governance, economic innovation, and the proper role of nobility in serving the crown's interests, the king announced. The evidence is clear. The territories under Lord Adrian's governance have prospered under their cooperative model. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembled nobles. Furthermore, the alliance network they've created has brought stability to regions that had suffered from chronic conflict. Tax revenues have increased, trade has expanded, and subjects report greater satisfaction with their governance. Alpha Ravencrest's face grew increasingly pale as the king's judgment became clear. However, King Edmund continued, concerns about precedent and procedure are not without merit. Innovation must be balanced with stability, progress with tradition. Mira felt her heart sink, wondering if political necessity would force the king to rule against them despite their obvious success. Therefore, the king declared, this court finds that the territorial arrangements and alliance structures created by Lord Adrian and Lady Mira serve the crown's interests and shall be formally recognized and protected under royal law. Relief flooded through Mira so powerfully she almost swayed on her feet. Moreover, the king added, their governance model shall be offered to other territorial lords as an example of effective administration. Alpha Ravencrest, you will cease all interference with their territories and alliances on pain of royal displeasure. The dismissal was absolute and public, destroying Alpha Ravencrest's credibility while simultaneously elevating Mira and Adrian's status to royal exemplars. As the formal proceedings concluded and nobles began filing out of the Great Hall, Mira found herself surrounded by well-wishers and congratulations. But it was the moment when Adrian pulled her aside for a private embrace that truly mattered. We did it, he said, his voice rough with emotion. We actually did it. We survived it, Mira corrected. Now we get to see what we can build with royal protection instead of royal scrutiny. That evening, at the celebration feast King Edmund hosted in their honor, Mira reflected on the journey that had brought them to this moment of triumph. From life debt to partnership, from survival to leadership, from isolation to alliance, each step had been a choice to build rather than destroy. What are you thinking about? Adrian asked as they shared a quiet moment on the castle balcony, looking out over the royal city that sparkled with festival lights. About choices, Mira replied. About how every decision we made led us here, to this moment, to this future we're building together. Any regrets? Only that it took us so long to realize what we could accomplish when we stopped fighting the world and started changing it. Adrian's laugh was pure joy. Then we'd better get started on the next phase. Which is? Living happily ever after, of course, though I suspect our version will involve considerably more political intrigue than most fairy tales. As they returned to the celebration, where their allies and friends raised toasts to their success, Mira realized that some stories don't end with marriage. They begin with it. The life debt that had brought her to Ravenclaw Castle was ancient history now. The love that had grown from that obligation had become the foundation for something larger than either of them had imagined possible. Together, they had proven that the heart could indeed be the strongest force in the supernatural world. Chapter 18. New Foundations. 3 months after their triumph at the royal hearing, Mira stood in the construction site that would become the Northern Alliance's first permanent headquarters. The building rising from cleared forest land was unlike any structure in the kingdom, designed not as a fortress to exclude others, but as a meeting place to bring diverse groups together. The Great Hall would accommodate representatives from dozens of alliance houses, while specialized chambers would serve diplomatic, economic, and judicial functions. The stonemasons estimate completion by spring, Sir Brendan reported, consulting architectural plans that had required innovative engineering to accommodate their vision. Though the expense is considerable, shared among 37 alliance houses, Adrian pointed out with satisfaction, innovation becomes affordable when costs are distributed. The alliance headquarters represented more than administrative convenience. It symbolized their commitment to collaborative governance, extending beyond traditional territorial boundaries. Already, delegations from southern kingdoms were requesting visits to observe their methods. Lady Catherine of Westmarch will arrive next week, Elena announced, reviewing diplomatic correspondence. She's interested in implementing cooperative farming in her drought-prone territories. Lord Aldwyn from the Eastern Reaches wants to discuss judicial reforms, Captain Marcus added. Apparently, our conflict resolution methods have eliminated the need for traditional trial by combat in most cases. Mira found it remarkable how quickly their innovations had spread beyond their original territories. What had begun as desperate solutions to immediate problems had evolved into systematic approaches to governance that other rulers actively sought to emulate. The irony is delicious, Lady Cordelia observed as they toured the construction site. Alpha Ravencrest's attempts to isolate us ended up making us the center of attention for progressive nobles throughout the kingdom. He's been surprisingly quiet since the royal hearing, Mira noted, almost suspiciously so. Defeated enemies are often the most dangerous, Adrian warned. Ravencrest hasn't abandoned his ambitions. He's just looking for new angles of attack. That warning proved prophetic when Master Aldwyn, the royal genealogist, arrived unexpectedly with documents that could reshape everything they'd built. Lord Adrian, Lady Mira, the elderly scholar said as they gathered in the castle's private solar, I bring news that may complicate your political situation significantly. What kind of complications? Adrian asked warily. Master Aldwyn opened an ancient tome bound in cracked leather. Further research into Lady Mira's lineage has revealed unexpected connections. It appears her father's line traces not only to House Valthorn, but through them to much older bloodlines. He turned to a page covered with intricate genealogical charts. Specifically, to the original royal house that ruled the Northern Territories before they were incorporated into the current kingdom. The revelation hit like lightning. Mira stared at the charts showing connections spanning centuries, links that suggested her heritage included not just supernatural nobility, but actual royal blood. Are you saying Mira has a claim to independent sovereignty? Lady Cordelia asked with dangerous calm. I'm saying her bloodline could theoretically challenge the crown's authority over the Northern Territories, Master Aldwyn replied carefully. Such claims have been pressed successfully in the past when supported by sufficient evidence and political backing, which is exactly what Alpha Ravencrest needs to justify a new challenge to our authority, Adrian realized grimly. He can't attack us directly anymore, but if he can convince people that our governance represents the first step toward Northern independence, he can rally royalist sentiment against us while positioning himself as the crown's defender, Mira finished. Brilliant, and absolutely ruthless. The implications cascaded through Mira's mind like dominoes falling. Their alliance network, their innovative governance, their successful territories, all could be reframed as evidence of growing separatist movement rather than loyal service to the crown. What do we do? She asked. We get ahead of the story, Adrian decided. Full disclosure to the crown before Ravencrest can twist the narrative. Complete transparency about the genealogical findings and absolute affirmation of our loyalty. Will that be enough? It has to be. The alternative is watching everything we've built be destroyed by political manipulation. Within days, they were back at the royal capital, this time as supplicants rather than vindicated defendants. King Edmund received them in a private audience, his expression grave as Master Aldwyn presented his findings. Remarkable genealogy, the king observed after reviewing the documentation, and potentially problematic, given current political tensions. Your Majesty, Mira said carefully, I want to make our position absolutely clear. Whatever bloodline I carry, whatever theoretical claims it might support, my loyalty belongs entirely to the crown. I seek no independent authority, make no territorial demands, and renounce any rights that might conflict with royal sovereignty. Admirable sentiment, King Edmund replied. But political reality is more complex than personal loyalty. If Alpha Ravencrest chooses to press this issue, others may rally to his banner regardless of your intentions. Then we make it politically impossible for him to press the issue, Adrian suggested. Give him no ground to stand on. How do you propose to do that? Adrian exchanged glances with Mira, seeing understanding pass between them through their supernatural bond. By formally incorporating our territories into a new royal duchy, Adrian said. Direct crown administration, rather than traditional noble autonomy. We serve as royal governors rather than independent lords. The proposal was radical, voluntarily surrendering noble independence in exchange for royal protection. It would make them administrators rather than rulers, servants rather than sovereigns. You would give up hereditary authority? King Edmund asked with surprise. We would trade uncertain autonomy for secure service, Mira clarified. Our goal has always been to serve our people effectively. If royal governance provides better protection for that goal, we embrace it gladly. King Edmund leaned back in his throne, clearly considering the political implications. A new royal duchy would strengthen crown authority while eliminating separatist possibilities. It would also create a model for other territories where loyalty might be questioned. Intriguing proposal, the king said finally, though it would require parliamentary approval and constitutional adjustment. Which gives Alpha Ravencrest time to organize opposition, Adrian pointed out. Or time for us to build support for innovation that serves the crown's interests, Mira countered. Your Majesty, we've proven that cooperative governance works. Let us prove that loyal service can be even more effective when backed by royal authority. The negotiation that followed was complex and delicate, involving constitutional lawyers, parliamentary representatives, and senior nobles whose support would be essential for success. But gradually, a framework emerged that satisfied both crown interests and practical governance needs. The Duchy of Northern Reaches would encompass their current territories, plus additional borderlands that had suffered from chronic instability. Mira and Adrian would serve as joint ducal governors with lifetime tenure, their authority derived from royal appointment rather than hereditary right. It's brilliant, Lady Cordelia admitted as they reviewed the final arrangements. You've turned potential treason charges into enhanced royal service. Ravencrest can hardly argue against strengthening crown authority. He'll find other arguments, Adrian predicted, but this removes his strongest weapon. The parliamentary debate was fierce, but ultimately decisive. Progressive nobles supported innovation that had proven successful, while royalists approved measures that enhanced crown control. Even traditional conservatives found it difficult to oppose arrangements that promised stability and prosperity. Alpha Ravencrest's opposition speech was eloquent and passionate, warning against dangerous precedents and untested innovations, but his arguments fell flat against documented evidence of improved governance and overwhelming testimonial support from affected territories. When the vote was called, the margin was substantial. The Duchy of Northern Reaches was approved by more than 2/3 of Parliament. Well, Adrian said as they received official notification of their new status, we're no longer Lord and Lady Ravenclaw. We're their graces, the Alpha and Duchess of Northern Reaches. Does that change anything? Mira asked. Everything and nothing, Adrian replied with a smile. New titles, expanded territories, royal backing, but the same mission of serving our people and building something worth preserving. As they prepared to return north with their enhanced authority and royal mandate, Mira reflected on the strange turns their journey had taken. From peasant to noble to royal governor, each transformation had been a choice to embrace greater responsibility rather than greater privilege. Any regrets? Adrian asked as their carriage rolled through countryside that now belonged to their expanded duchy. Only that Alpha Ravencrest will probably find new ways to make our lives interesting, Mira replied. Probably, but we'll face them together, with royal backing and popular support. That's more than we had when this all started. Looking out at territories that stretched to distant horizons, all now under their protection and guidance, Mira realized they had built something unprecedented, a government that served its people rather than exploiting them, a system that proved love could indeed be the strongest foundation for power. The fairy tale was far from over, but each chapter seemed to get better than the last. Chapter 19. The Duchess's Challenge. Running a royal duchy proved more complex than governing traditional territories. Mira discovered this during their first month of enhanced authority, when delegations from 3 different kingdoms arrived simultaneously to observe their governance methods. The Northern Reaches had become a laboratory for political innovation, with international observers studying everything from cooperative farming to judicial reform. The delegation from Valdris is particularly interested in our taxation system, Elena reported during their morning briefing. Apparently, they're having revenue problems due to peasant unrest. While the Southland representatives want to understand how we eliminated territorial disputes between neighboring villages, Sir Brendan added. They're facing similar conflicts, but with considerably more violence. And the Eastern Kingdom envoys are curious about our supernatural human integration policies, Captain Marcus concluded. It seems werewolf nobility there hasn't been as diplomatically successful as we have. Mira found it surreal that methods they'd developed from necessity were now studied as revolutionary innovations. Their solutions had emerged from practical problems, not theoretical frameworks. The challenge, Adrian observed as they prepared for another round of diplomatic meetings, is maintaining our actual governance while serving as a political exhibit for international observers. At least they're paying for the privilege, Lady Cordelia noted with satisfaction. The observation fees are funding our infrastructure projects quite nicely. Indeed, their status as a royal duchy with innovative policies had created unexpected revenue streams. Foreign governments paid substantial sums for detailed analysis of their methods, while noble houses throughout the kingdom contributed to study funds that supported their experimental programs. But it was the arrival of Princess Catalina of Valdris that truly tested their diplomatic skills. The princess was beautiful in the way storms were beautiful. Dangerous, overwhelming, and impossible to ignore. She possessed the kind of supernatural charisma that marked alpha-born werewolves, combined with political intelligence that had made her one of Europe's most feared negotiators. "Your Graces," Princess Catalina said as they welcomed her to the castle with appropriate ceremony, "what a pleasure to finally meet the architects of the Northern Alliance. Your reputation for innovation has spread throughout the continental kingdoms." There was something in her tone that suggested innovation wasn't entirely a compliment in her vocabulary. "Princess Catalina," Adrian replied with formal courtesy, "we're honored by your visit and eager to share whatever knowledge might serve your realm's interests." "How generous. Though I confess curiosity about whether such cooperative methods can survive more traditional pressures." Over the following days, the princess observed their governance with the intensity of a predator evaluating prey. She attended council meetings, toured agricultural cooperatives, witnessed judicial proceedings, and interviewed subjects from every level of society. "Remarkable," she commented after observing a territorial dispute resolution that took 4 hours of mediation rather than 4 months of litigation. "Your people seem genuinely committed to collaboration over competition." "When collaboration serves their interests better than competition, yes," Mira replied carefully. "But what happens when outside pressures make collaboration impossible? When enemies offer better terms for betrayal than allies offer for loyalty?" The question felt loaded with implications that went beyond academic curiosity. Princess Catalina was probing for weaknesses, testing whether their system could survive dedicated opposition. "Loyalty based on mutual benefit tends to be more durable than loyalty based on fear," Adrian answered. "Our allies have tangible reasons to maintain their commitments." "Tangible reasons can change," the princess observed with a smile that revealed too many teeth. "Political circumstances are notoriously fluid. That evening, during the formal banquet held in her honor, Princess Catalina made her real purpose clear. "Your Graces," she announced as the feast concluded, "I bring a proposal from my father, King Alfonso of Valdres. He's prepared to offer substantial territorial concessions in exchange for exclusive access to your governance innovations." The offer was breathtaking in scope. 3 coastal provinces, trading rights worth millions in annual revenue, military alliance that would make them among Europe's most powerful duchies. "Generous terms," Adrian replied carefully, "though I confess uncertainty about what exclusive access would entail. Simple. Your alliance network would be restructured to prioritize Valdres interests over competing claims. Territorial cooperation would favor our expansion goals. Trade agreements would channel profits toward our treasury. In other words, they would become tools of Valdres foreign policy rather than independent rulers serving their own people's interests." "An intriguing proposal," Mira said diplomatically, "though one requiring careful consideration given our existing commitments. Of course, though I should mention that refusal might create complications for your current arrangements." The threat was delicately delivered but unmistakable. Princess Catalina was offering them a choice between vassal state prosperity and potential destruction. "What kind of complications?" Adrian asked, his voice carrying dangerous undertones. "Political pressure from quarters you might not expect. Questions about whether innovative governance represents loyalty to the crown or preparation for independence. Renewed scrutiny of territorial arrangements that have been so conveniently profitable." She was threatening to resurrect the separatist accusations they'd worked so hard to eliminate, but with international backing that could make such charges stick. "I trust," Princess Catalina continued with false sweetness, "that rational consideration will guide your decision. After all, pragmatism has served you so well in other circumstances." After the princess departed for her quarters, Mira and Adrian held an urgent conference with their inner circle. "She's offering us everything Alpha Ravencrest tried to take by force," Lady Cordelia observed grimly. "Wealth, power, international status, all in exchange for betraying everything we've built." "And threatening to destroy us if we refuse," Elena added. "Classic diplomatic coercion. Make the offered benefits so attractive and the threatened consequences so severe that refusal seems irrational. The question is whether she can deliver on either the promises or the threats," Sir Brendan said practically. "Valdres is powerful, but they're not the only players in European politics." "They have allies," Captain Marcus warned. "Military alliances, economic partnerships, diplomatic networks that could make our lives very difficult if activated against us." Mira found herself thinking about choices and consequences, while Adrian focused on immediate tactical considerations. Princess Catalina's offer represented everything they'd claimed not to want: wealth through domination, power through betrayal, success through abandoning the principles that had brought them this far. "What if we counter-offered?" she suddenly suggested. "Counter-offered what?" Adrian asked. "Partnership instead of vassalage. Genuine alliance based on mutual benefit rather than coercive control." Mira began outlining her thoughts as they developed. "We share our innovations freely with Valdres, but also with anyone else who wants to learn. We create continental networks based on the same cooperative principles that work in our territories." "You're talking about fundamentally changing how European politics work," Lady Cordelia said with growing excitement. "I'm talking about offering Princess Catalina something better than what she's demanding. Instead of making us tools of Valdres foreign policy, we help Valdres become leaders of a new kind of international cooperation." "Ambitious," Adrian said with the kind of smile that meant he was already seeing possibilities. "And risky. We'd be betting that cooperation is more appealing than conquest. But if it works," Elena breathed, "we'd be creating something unprecedented, an international alliance based on shared governance principles rather than military dominance." They spent the night refining the proposal, crafting an offer that would give Princess Catalina more than she'd asked for while preserving everything they'd fought to build. The presentation the next morning was a diplomatic masterpiece. Princess Catalina, Mira began as they assembled in the castle's formal receiving chamber. We've considered your generous offer and would like to propose an alternative that might serve both our realm's interests more effectively. She outlined their vision for expanded cooperation, shared innovations, coordinated development, international networks that would make all participants stronger rather than enriching one at others' expense. Intriguing, Princess Catalina said when the presentation concluded, though considerably more complex than our original proposal. Complexity that serves everyone's interests tends to be more stable than simplicity that serves only one party, Adrian pointed out. True, but my father expects concrete benefits, not theoretical frameworks. What guarantee do we have that such cooperation would produce results? The same guarantee you have about our current success, Mira replied. Evidence, documentation, and willing participants who can testify to practical benefits. Princess Catalina considered their offer with the calculating intelligence that had made her reputation. Finally, she smiled. Not the predatory expression they'd seen before, but something approaching genuine approval. You realize, she said, that if this works, you'll have fundamentally altered the balance of European power. Traditional kingdoms based on military dominance would be forced to adapt or become irrelevant. Traditional kingdoms can join the cooperation or compete against it, Mira replied, but they can't ignore it if it proves more effective than what they're currently doing. My father will be intrigued, and probably somewhat terrified. Princess Catalina's laugh carried genuine amusement. But terror can be a powerful motivator for innovation. When the princess departed 3 days later, she carried with her agreements that would either revolutionize continental politics or destroy them all through overreaching ambition. Well, Adrian said as they watched her entourage disappear toward the horizon, that was either our greatest triumph or our greatest mistake. Sometimes they're the same thing, Mira replied, taking his hand as they stood together on the battlements where their story had begun. Looking out over territories that now stretched beyond anything they'd imagined possible, she realized they had moved far beyond simple governance into something that might reshape how nations related to each other. The peasant girl who'd saved an old woman in the forest was gone forever. In her place stood a duchess whose vision of cooperative power might change the world. Whether that change would be peaceful or catastrophic remained to be seen. But for the first time since this all began, Mira felt they were truly building something that could outlast them both. Chapter 20. The Continental Congress. 6 months after Princess Catalina's visit, representatives from 12 kingdoms gathered in the northern reaches for what historians would later call the Congress of Cooperation. The alliance headquarters had been completed just in time to serve as a venue for negotiations that could reshape European politics. The Great Hall buzzed with conversations in 6 languages as diplomats, nobles, merchants, and scholars debated frameworks for international cooperation. This is unprecedented, Master Wilhelm, the Holy Roman Empire's chief negotiator, observed as he studied the proposed treaty documents. Multi-kingdom agreements usually focus on military alliance or territorial division. You're suggesting something entirely different. We're suggesting that prosperity through cooperation might be more sustainable than prosperity through conquest, Mira replied, as she guided him through the exhibition halls where their governance innovations were displayed with meticulous documentation. The Congress represented the culmination of months of careful diplomacy, building on Princess Catalina's initial alliance to create networks that spanned the continent. But it also represented enormous risk. If the negotiations failed, they would have openly challenged traditional power structures without sufficient support to survive the backlash. The English delegation is impressed but cautious, Elena reported during their morning briefing. They want specific guarantees about trade benefits before committing to territorial cooperation agreements. The French are more interested in military alliance aspects, Sir Brendan added. Apparently, they see cooperative governance as preparation for more effective warfare rather than alternative to it. While the German states can't agree among themselves about what they want, Captain Marcus concluded with dry amusement, Some favor innovation, others demand traditional approaches. Adrian spent his days mediating between competing visions, while Mira focused on practical demonstrations of their methods. The combination proved effective. Theoretical debate grounded in documented results that other kingdoms could evaluate objectively. But it was the arrival of an unexpected delegation that truly tested their diplomatic skills. Alpha Ravencrest requests an audience, the herald announced with careful formality. He bears credentials from His Majesty King Edmund and claims urgent business regarding crown interests. The man who entered their receiving chamber bore little resemblance to the confident aristocrat who'd once threatened their territories. Alpha Ravencrest appeared gaunt and tired, his usual political polish replaced by something approaching desperation. "Your Graces," he said with stiff courtesy, "I bring word from His Majesty regarding this gathering you've organized." "Alpha Ravencrest," Adrian replied with equal formality. "We weren't aware the Crown had concerns about international cooperation conducted with full royal approval." "The Crown has concerns about territorial governors who seem to be conducting foreign policy independent of royal oversight," Ravencrest corrected sharply. "This Congress represents an unprecedented assertion of authority that may exceed your ducal mandate." Here was the challenge they'd been expecting: accusations that their international initiatives represented disloyalty disguised as innovation. "Our mandate from His Majesty specifically includes authority to develop international relationships that serve Crown interests," Mira pointed out, producing the relevant documents. "These negotiations fall clearly within approved parameters." "Approved parameters that assumed modest trade agreements, not continental political restructuring," Ravencrest argued. "The scope of your activities suggests ambitions that extend beyond loyal service." The accusation hung in the air like smoke from a battlefield. Around the chamber, international observers watched with fascination as English politics played out before their eyes. "Alpha Ravencrest," Adrian said with dangerous calm, "are you questioning our loyalty to the Crown?" "I'm questioning whether your actions serve the Crown's interests or your own aggrandizement. This Congress makes you the center of European political innovation. That's a remarkable elevation for former territorial nobles." Before the confrontation could escalate further, new arrivals were announced that changed the dynamic completely. "His Majesty King Edmund," the herald called, sending shockwaves through the assembled diplomats. The king entered with minimal escort but maximum authority, his presence immediately commanding attention from every person in the vast hall. He wore traveling clothes rather than ceremonial regalia, suggesting this was personal intervention rather than formal state visit. "Your Graces," King Edmund said as Mira and Adrian approached with appropriate courtesy. "Alpha Ravencrest, what an interesting gathering you've assembled." "Your Majesty," Mira replied carefully, "we're honored by your presence, though surprised by your arrival." "I'm sure you are. Alpha Ravencrest has been quite insistent about the need for royal oversight of these proceedings." The king's gaze swept across the international delegations with calculating intelligence. "I thought it prudent to observe personally rather than relying on second-hand reports." Over the following days, King Edmund participated in the Congress as both observer and participant, evaluating their innovations while contributing royal authority to the proceedings. His presence legitimized their initiatives while also subjecting them to direct scrutiny. "Remarkable achievements," the king observed after witnessing territorial dispute resolution that took hours instead of years. "Though I confess curiosity about long-term sustainability when faced with traditional pressures." "Traditional pressures from kingdoms that refuse to adapt?" Mira asked. "Traditional pressures from human nature. Greed, ambition, the desire for dominance over cooperation." King Edmund's expression grew serious. "Your methods work brilliantly when all parties benefit. What happens when circumstances make mutual benefit impossible?" It was the fundamental question underlying their entire endeavor. Could cooperative governance survive when faced with enemies who rejected cooperation entirely? The test came sooner than expected. "Reports from our eastern borders," Captain Marcus announced urgently during an emergency council session. Military buildup by the Prussian states. They're massing forces that could threaten multiple kingdoms simultaneously. Prussian expansion, King Edmund said grimly. They've been watching our cooperative experiments with a growing alarm. Traditional military kingdoms see peaceful cooperation as a weakness to be exploited. Or strength to be tested, Adrian countered. If our alliance networks can coordinate defensive efforts more effectively than traditional military hierarchies, then we prove cooperation is stronger than conquest, Mira finished. But if we fail, we prove Alpha Ravencrest right about the dangers of innovation, King Edmund concluded. The crisis that followed would determine whether the Congress of Cooperation had created genuine strength or dangerous illusion. 12 kingdoms would need to coordinate military response while maintaining cooperative governance principles. It was either the ultimate test of their vision or the beginning of its spectacular failure. As emergency sessions began planning continental defense, Mira realized they were about to discover whether love could indeed conquer all, even organized military aggression by enemies who saw their cooperation as existential threat. The greatest challenge of their remarkable journey was about to begin. Chapter 21. The test of unity war came to the cooperative kingdoms not with declaration or ceremony, but with coordinated strikes that tested every alliance they had built. Mira watched from the Alliance Headquarters Command Center as reports poured in from across the continent. Prussian forces had crossed 3 borders simultaneously, their strategy clearly designed to prevent coordinated response by forcing each kingdom to defend its own territory independently. Classic divide-and-conquer tactics, General Morrison observed as he studied the strategic situation. The veteran commander had been assigned by King Edmund to coordinate military response to the crisis. They're betting that cooperation dissolves under direct pressure. How many men can we field? Adrian asked, reviewing mobilization reports from their alliance network. Individually, each kingdom has respectable forces, but nothing that could stop Prussian expansion, the general replied grimly. Together, we potentially outnumber them 2-1, but only if we can coordinate effectively. Can we? Mira asked the question that would determine their survival. That depends on whether your cooperative governance translates to cooperative warfare, General Morrison said bluntly. Pretty theories about mutual benefit don't stop cavalry charges. The first test came within hours, when Princess Catalina's urgent message arrived through their diplomatic network. Valdris is under direct assault, Elena reported, translating the encrypted communication. 3 provinces invaded, capital city under siege. Princess Catalina requests immediate military assistance according to alliance obligations, which would require us to send forces away from our own borders when Prussian attack here seems imminent, Sir Brendan pointed out. Classic strategic dilemma, General Morrison agreed. Defend allies and weaken yourself, or defend yourself and abandon allies. Traditional kingdoms would choose self-preservation. We're not traditional kingdoms, Adrian declared. Send half our mobile forces to Valdris. If cooperation means anything, it means honoring commitments when they're tested. The decision sent shockwaves through their command structure. Military advisors argued for concentration of force, while political advisors warned about domestic vulnerability. But Mira found herself supporting Adrian's choice completely. This is what we've been building toward, she said during the heated strategy session. Proof that alliance networks can provide better security than individual defense. If we abandon that principle at the first test, we prove our enemies right about the weakness of cooperation. And if we honor it and get defeated, we prove them right about the dangers of idealism, Alpha Ravencrest observed. He'd remained at the Alliance headquarters as official Crown observer, his previous hostility tempered by genuine concern about Prussian expansion. Then we'd better not get defeated, Mira replied with more confidence than she felt. The military coordination that followed was unlike anything in European history. Forces from 6 kingdoms moved simultaneously, sharing intelligence and resources while maintaining unified command structure. Supply lines crossed international borders as if they didn't exist, while communication networks kept all participants informed of developing situations. It's working, General Morrison reported with obvious amazement as their coordinated response began taking effect. Prussian forces expected to face isolated resistance from individual kingdoms. Instead, they're fighting a continental alliance that adapts faster than they can adjust. The turning point came when their relief force reached Valdres, just as Princess Catalina's defenses began to crack. The arrival of fresh troops from multiple kingdoms transformed near defeat into stunning victory, while Prussian forces found themselves trapped between converging Allied armies. Incredible, Alpha Ravencrest admitted as they received reports of the Valdres triumph. Your alliance networks provided military effectiveness that pure numbers couldn't achieve. Because cooperation creates force multiplication, Adrian explained, studying tactical reports that confirmed their success. 6 kingdoms working together can defeat enemies that might overwhelm any of them individually. But the greatest test was yet to come. As Prussian expansion faltered in the east, their main army turned toward the northern reaches with the fury of forces facing complete strategic failure. They're coming here with everything they have left, General Morrison warned. 50,000 men in full battle array, led by commanders who know this is their last chance for victory. How many can we field? Mira asked. 30,000, including Allied reinforcements. Good odds for defensive warfare, but they'll be fighting with desperation that could overcome numerical disadvantage. The battle that followed would be remembered as the Battle of Alliance Fields, fought on the cooperative farms where their social innovations had first taken root. Prussian forces attacked with the fury of soldiers facing extinction, while Allied defenders fought with the conviction of people protecting something precious. But it was the civilian participation that turned the tide. The farmers are fighting, Sir Brendan reported with amazement as he observed the battle from the castle walls. Not just resisting, actively fighting to protect their cooperative investments. Indeed, the cooperative agricultural settlements had transformed into military strongpoints, with farmers who'd learned to work together, now fighting together with desperate effectiveness. Their knowledge of local terrain, combined with personal investment in defending their communities, created resistance that military doctrine hadn't anticipated. They're not just defending territory, Mira realized as she watched villagers coordinate defensive efforts with military precision. They're defending a way of life that's improved their existence. The Prussian advance slowed, then stopped, then reversed as they encountered opposition that grew stronger rather than weaker under pressure. Every village they approached became a fortress, every farm a battlefield where locals fought with the passion of people protecting their homes. By sunset, the Prussian army was in full retreat, their forces shattered by resistance they'd never encountered before, an entire population fighting as one coordinated force. Victory, General Morrison announced as the last enemy banners disappeared beyond the horizon. Complete and decisive, they won't be back. But Mira found herself thinking beyond immediate triumph to larger implications. They had proven that cooperative governance could survive military testing, but at tremendous cost. The alliance fields were scarred with battle damage, cooperative farms destroyed, and too many good people dead defending what they'd built together. Reconstruction will take years, Adrian observed as they surveyed the aftermath of battle. And that's assuming no one else decides to test our strength. There won't be anyone else, King Edmund said, approaching with an expression of profound satisfaction. Word of this victory will spread throughout Europe. Traditional military kingdoms will think twice before challenging alliance networks that can field such coordinated defense. More than that, Alpha Ravencrest added, his previous hostility replaced by genuine respect. You've demonstrated that innovative governance creates military advantage rather than vulnerability. Every ambitious ruler will want to study your methods. Over the following weeks, as reconstruction began and diplomatic delegations arrived to assess the new balance of European power, Mira found herself reflecting on the journey that had brought them to this moment. From life debt to partnership, from survival to leadership, from local governance to continental influence, each step had been a choice to build rather than destroy, to include rather than exclude, to strengthen others rather than weaken them. Any regrets? Adrian asked as they stood together on the rebuilt battlements, watching the sun set over territories that had become the center of a new kind of international cooperation. "Only that it took a war to prove what we've been saying all along," Mira replied. "That love is stronger than fear, cooperation more effective than conquest, building better than destroying." "The lesson seems to have taken hold," Adrian pointed out, gesturing toward the diplomatic quarter where representatives from dozens of kingdoms worked to establish their own alliance networks. "Half of Europe is trying to copy our model." "And the other half?" "Will learn or become irrelevant. Evolution doesn't wait for permission." As stars emerged in the darkening sky, painting silver patterns across lands that had become the foundation for something unprecedented in human history, Mira realized their story was far from over. They had built something that would outlast them both, a model of governance based on cooperation rather than domination, a proof that love could indeed be the strongest foundation for power. The peasant girl who'd saved an old woman in the forest was gone forever. In her place stood a duchess whose vision had helped reshape how nations related to each other, whose love story had become the foundation for continental transformation. Some fairy tales, Mira reflected, were worth fighting for, especially when they came true. Chapter 22. The Price of Paradise. 5 years after the Battle of Alliance Fields, the northern reaches had become the beating heart of European cooperation. Mira stood in the expanded Alliance headquarters, now a complex of buildings that housed permanent diplomatic missions from 17 kingdoms. The original meeting hall had been dwarfed by additions that included research libraries, economic planning centers, and residential quarters for international scholars studying their governance methods. "The trade statistics are remarkable," Master Heinrich reported during their weekly economic briefing. "Continental commerce has increased 40% since the alliance model was implemented across member kingdoms. Conflicts over trade routes have virtually disappeared. More importantly," Elena added with satisfaction, "military expenditures have decreased by 30% among alliance members. Cooperation apparently costs less than competition." But success brought new challenges that neither Mira nor Adrian had anticipated when their journey began. Their personal story had become legend, studied and romanticized until it bore little resemblance to the messy reality of two people learning to love while building a government. The University of Paris wants to establish a Ravenclaw Institute for Cooperative Governance, Sir Brendan announced with barely concealed amusement, complete with mandatory courses on love-based leadership and romantic foundations of political authority. "Absolutely not," Mira said immediately. "We're not exhibits in someone else's academic museum." "The problem," Lady Cordelia observed, "is that your success has outgrown your control. Other people are writing your story now, creating narratives that serve their purposes rather than reflecting your reality." Indeed, the requests for public appearances had become overwhelming. Royal courts wanted them to speak about alliance building, universities sought lectures on innovative governance, merchants' guilds requested consultation on cooperative economics. Their private life had become public property, dissected and analyzed by people who'd never experienced the challenges they'd faced. "I miss the days when our biggest worry was surviving Alpha Ravencrest's schemes," Adrian admitted as they reviewed invitations from kingdoms across 3 continents. "At least then, our enemies were honest about wanting to destroy us. Now they want to canonize us instead," Mira agreed. "I'm not sure which is worse." The irony was that their greatest success had created their greatest burden. The alliance model worked so well that everyone wanted to understand its secrets, but those secrets couldn't be packaged into simple formulas or academic theories. "The foundation is relationship," Mira explained during yet another diplomatic consultation, this time with representatives from the Italian states. "Not policy or procedure, but genuine commitment between people who choose to trust each other despite risks." "But surely there must be systematic approaches," the Venetian ambassador insisted. "Organizational structures that could be implemented regardless of personal dynamics." "Structure follows relationship, not the reverse," Adrian replied patiently. "You can't create cooperation through mandate. It has to grow from mutual benefit and shared commitment. The conversation that followed was typical of dozens they'd had with rulers seeking magic formulas for transformation they couldn't achieve through conquest. Most left disappointed, seeking easier answers than the patient work of building genuine partnerships. But it was the arrival of Queen Morgan of Scotland that truly tested their resolve to maintain authenticity despite public pressure. "Your Graces," Queen Morgan said, as they received her in a private audience, "I come seeking not consultation, but sanctuary." The request was startling. Queen Morgan was renowned for her political acumen and military prowess, not someone who typically needed protection from others. "Sanctuary from what, Your Majesty?" Mira asked carefully. "From my own success in implementing your model," the Queen replied with bitter irony. "It worked too well. My nobles are prospering, my subjects are content, my borders are secure, which means I'm no longer needed as anything more than a ceremonial figurehead." The problem she described was one Mira and Adrian had managed to avoid through their joint authority and supernatural bond, but traditional monarchs who implemented cooperative governance often found themselves marginalized by the very success of their reforms. "They want to retire me to a life of comfortable irrelevance," Queen Morgan continued. "Honor my contributions while removing my actual authority. Make me a symbol rather than a ruler." "What would you have us do?" Adrian asked. "Help me find a way to remain relevant in a system that no longer needs traditional monarchy. Or," she hesitated, then forged ahead, "offer me a place in your expanding network where experience might still have value." The conversation that followed revealed the dark side of their success. By proving that cooperative governance worked better than traditional authority, they had inadvertently threatened monarchical systems throughout Europe. Some rulers adapted successfully, others found themselves swept aside by changes they'd initiated. "We've created a revolution," Mira realized with growing unease, "not through conquest or rebellion, but through example that makes old systems obsolete." "Revolutionary change is rarely peaceful in the long term," Queen Morgan warned. "Eventually, displaced traditional powers will unite against the transformation you've catalyzed." That warning proved prophetic when Master Wilhelm arrived with intelligence that chilled the air like winter frost. "The Congress of Vienna is convening," he announced gravely. "Traditional monarchies are forming a coalition to address what they call the alliance threat to established order." "Who's involved?" Adrian asked. "Austria, Russia, France under the Restoration, most of the German states, and, surprisingly, England." The betrayal by their own crown hit like physical blows. King Edmund had supported them consistently, but apparently crown policy was shifting under pressure from international allies, who saw alliance governance as existential threat. "What are they planning?" Mira asked, though she dreaded the answer. "Unknown, but the gathering includes senior military commanders alongside diplomatic representatives. This isn't purely political negotiation." As reports continued arriving from their intelligence network, the scope of the threat became clear. Traditional powers were coordinating response to alliance expansion, viewing cooperative governance as a disease that had to be contained before it spread further. "We face the same choice our predecessors did," Lady Cordelia observed grimly. "Compromise our principles to survive, or remain true to them despite the cost." "What did our predecessors choose?" Mira asked. "They fought," Adrian replied quietly, "and most of them died for it." But looking around the Alliance headquarters, seeing representatives from 17 kingdoms working together on problems that had plagued Europe for centuries, Mira realized they had built something too valuable to surrender without struggle. "Then we fight too," she decided. "But not the way they expect. We fight with the strength of our example, the power of our success, and the loyalty of people whose lives we've improved. Against professional armies and traditional military power? Against the idea that power has to come from domination instead of cooperation. Against the assumption that love makes you weak instead of strong. against fear that change means destruction rather than transformation. As they began planning response to the greatest threat they'd ever faced, Mira felt the weight of everything they'd built resting on decisions they would make in the coming months. The fairy tale was entering its darkest chapter, but she refused to believe it couldn't still have a happy ending. Some things were worth fighting for, no matter the odds. Love and cooperation were two of them. Chapter 23: The Final Alliance. The armies gathering outside Alliance territory were unlike anything Europe had seen since the Crusades. Mira watched from the highest tower of their headquarters as military formations stretched to the horizon. Traditional forces from 8 kingdoms united in their determination to destroy what they called the cooperative contagion before it could spread further. 150,000 men, General Morrison reported with professional calm that couldn't quite hide his concern. Professional soldiers under experienced commanders, equipped with the finest weapons available. "How many can we field?" Adrian asked, studying deployment maps that showed their strategic situation in stark detail. 60,000 from Alliance members, plus perhaps 20,000 civilian militia, the general replied. Better motivated than the enemy, but significantly outnumbered and less experienced in traditional warfare. Traditional warfare, Mira repeated thoughtfully. What if we don't fight traditionally? The strategy sessions that followed were unlike any in military history. Instead of planning to meet enemy armies in conventional battle, they developed approaches that leveraged their cooperative advantages: superior intelligence networks, coordinated logistics, and most importantly, popular support that made enemy occupation nearly impossible. "We make every village a fortress, every citizen a defender, every mile of territory costs them more than it's worth," Adrian explained to Alliance military commanders. "They can win battles, but they can't win the war if winning destroys what they're trying to conquer." Guerrilla warfare on a continental scale, Princess Catalina observed with growing excitement. Brilliant. Traditional armies are designed to fight other armies, not entire populations. But even as they planned military resistance, Mira found herself pursuing a different strategy, one that attacked the enemy's political foundations rather than their military strength. "What if we could divide their coalition?" she proposed during a private strategy session with their inner circle. "Turn traditional monarchs against each other by offering some of them better alternatives to destruction?" "How?" Lady Cordelia asked. "By demonstrating that cooperation serves their interests better than conquest. Some of these rulers joined the coalition from fear rather than conviction. If we can prove that Alliance membership offers more benefits than Alliance destruction..." The diplomatic offensive that followed was as coordinated as any military campaign. Alliance ambassadors appeared simultaneously in multiple enemy capitals, bearing offers of partnership rather than demands for surrender. They proposed trade agreements, military alliances, technological sharing, everything traditional conquest was supposed to provide, but without the costs of warfare. "The Bavarian delegation is interested," Elena reported after a week of intensive negotiations. "Their economy has been suffering from trade disruptions, and our commercial partnerships offer immediate relief." "The Dutch are wavering too," Sir Brendan added. "Their merchant guilds are pressuring the government to reconsider alliance opposition." But it was the defection of France that truly shattered the enemy coalition. "King Louis has withdrawn from the Congress of Vienna," Master Wilhelm announced with barely contained excitement. "He's requesting alliance membership and offering a military alliance against Austrian aggression." The news sent shockwaves through both camps. France's departure from the coalition removed their largest army and most experienced commanders, while simultaneously adding powerful allies to the alliance network. "Why?" Adrian asked, suspecting the answer wouldn't be simple. "French intelligence suggests Austria and Russia plan to partition French territory after defeating the alliance," Wilhelm explained. "King Louis decided that cooperation offered better survival prospects than conquest." Within days, the enemy coalition began crumbling as member states reassessed their positions. Nations that had joined from peer pressure found themselves questioning whether military conquest was worth the economic and political costs, especially when alternatives existed. "The Austrian ambassador requests parley," came the message that marked the beginning of the end. The negotiations that followed took place in the Alliance headquarters' Great Hall, where Alpha Franz von Habsburg faced representatives of a movement that had grown far beyond his ability to destroy through military force. "Your Grace," Alpha Franz said with stiff courtesy, "my Emperor offers terms for peaceful resolution of current tensions." "We're listening," Mira replied carefully. "Recognition of traditional territorial boundaries, cessation of alliance expansion beyond current membership, and limitations on economic cooperation that disadvantages non-member states. In other words, the old order would acknowledge their existence in exchange for promising not to grow further or offer alternatives to traditional governance." "Unacceptable," Adrian said immediately. "We don't limit membership in cooperative networks any more than we limit membership in trade guilds or religious organizations. Anyone who wants to join and meets basic standards of commitment is welcome." "Then this matter must be resolved through force," Alpha Franz declared. "Must it?" Mira asked quietly. "Your Grace, what does Austria gain from military conquest that it couldn't achieve through alliance membership? Trade benefits, military security, economic prosperity, technological advancement? We offer all of that through cooperation. Austria gains the preservation of proper order, traditional hierarchies that have maintained stability for centuries. Your cooperative model threatens the very foundations of legitimate governance. Or it offers better foundations for governance that serves subjects rather than exploiting them." The debate that followed revealed the fundamental divide between worldviews, those who saw hierarchy as necessary for order versus those who believed cooperation could create better order through voluntary participation. "The choice is simple," Mira said finally. "Join us in building something better, or continue fighting to preserve something that serves fewer people less effectively." Alpha Franz departed without agreement, but his emperor's subsequent actions suggested the arguments had taken root. Austrian forces began withdrawing from alliance borders, not in surrender, but in recognition that military conquest couldn't eliminate ideas whose time had come. "It's over," General Morrison announced as the last enemy armies dissolved back to their home territories. "Not through battle, but through better alternatives to warfare." The victory celebration that followed was unlike any in European history, not commemoration of military triumph, but recognition that an entirely different approach to international relations had proven itself superior to traditional methods. "We did it," Adrian said as they stood together on the headquarters balcony, looking out over territories that had become the center of a new kind of civilization. "We survived it," Mira corrected, "and proved that love really can be stronger than fear, cooperation more effective than conquest, building better than destroying." "What's next?" Mira looked out over the Alliance territories where people from dozens of nations worked together on challenges that had plagued humanity for centuries: poverty, disease, ignorance, war. They had created a model that others could follow, a proof that better ways of living were possible. "Next, we keep building," she said with quiet satisfaction. "Keep proving that there are better ways to organize human society. Keep showing that love can be the foundation for power, instead of power being the enemy of love." As stars emerged in the darkening sky, painting silver patterns across lands that had become the foundation for unprecedented international cooperation, Mira realized their story was becoming larger than either of them had imagined. They had started with a simple act of compassion in a forest road. They had built something that was changing the world. Some fairy tales, she reflected, were worth the effort it took to make them real. Chapter 24. Legacy of Love. 10 years after the Battle of Alliance Fields, Mira stood in a garden that hadn't existed when their story began. The International Peace Garden stretched for miles around the Alliance headquarters, containing plants and trees from every member kingdom. Children from dozens of nations played together among flowers that bloomed in patterns representing cooperative harmony. while their parents conducted business in languages that had once marked enemies. Remarkable transformation, Queen Isabella observed as she joined Mira beside the fountain that marked the garden's center. The aging queen had come to celebrate the 10th anniversary of alliance formation, bringing with her the official gratitude of the English crown. 10 years ago, these lands were battlefields, Mira replied, watching children chase butterflies through flower beds that had been planted where soldiers once died. Now they're proof that former enemies can become family. The anniversary celebration had drawn representatives from 31 kingdoms, including nations that had once threatened alliance destruction. Alpha Franz of Austria served as co-chairman of the Continental Economic Committee, while King Louis of France had become one of their most effective advocates for cooperative governance. Your influence extends far beyond Europe now, Queen Isabella noted, producing letters that bore exotic seals. The Chinese emperor requests consultation on territorial disputes. The African kingdoms want to establish alliance trading posts. Even the Americas are sending delegations. Indeed, their model had spread far beyond its European origins. Ships arrived weekly carrying diplomats and scholars from distant continents, all seeking to understand how cooperation had proven superior to conquest. Sometimes I wonder if we've created something too large for any individual to control, Mira admitted, as they watched the celebration continue around them. That's the point, isn't it? You've created systems that work because they don't depend on individual control. Queen Isabella's smile held deep satisfaction. The greatest leaders are those who build things that outlast them. That evening, as the formal ceremonies concluded and guests departed for their various kingdoms, Mira found herself alone with Adrian in the private quarters they'd maintained despite their expanding responsibilities. 10 years, Adrian mused as he read reports from territories that now spanned 3 continents. Remember when our biggest concern was surviving Alpha Ravencrest's political schemes? I remember when my biggest concern was gathering enough herbs to satisfy the village healer, Mira replied with a laugh. Amazing how far we've traveled from that forest road. They sat together in comfortable silence, reviewing the journey that had brought them from life debt to international leadership. Through their supernatural bond, Mira could feel Adrian's contentment mixed with ongoing amazement at what they'd built together. Any regrets? She asked, echoing the question that had become their private ritual. Only that we can't share this with everyone who helped us get here, Adrian replied, his thoughts turning to friends lost to time and conflict. Lady Cordelia would have loved to see the economic statistics from this year's trade agreements. Indeed, the costs of their success included the people who hadn't lived to witness its fulfillment. Lady Cordelia had died peacefully 5 years earlier, surrounded by family and secure in the knowledge that her house would continue thriving under cooperative governance. Sir Brendan had fallen during a diplomatic mission to establish alliance principles in the Byzantine territories, while Captain Marcus had succumbed to injuries sustained defending a village from bandits who rejected alliance authority. They're part of everything we've built, Mira said softly. Every successful negotiation, every peaceful resolution, every child growing up expecting cooperation instead of conflict, all of it carries forward their contributions. A soft knock interrupted their reflections. Elena entered carrying a small bundle that squirmed with infant energy. Someone wants to say goodnight to her favorite aunt and uncle, Elena announced with the kind of exhausted happiness that marked new motherhood. Little Catherine gurgled with delight as Mira took her, tiny hands reaching for the sparkly jewelry that had become standard diplomatic attire. At 6 months old, she was already showing signs of the intelligence that marked her parents' bloodlines. She's going to grow up in a world where international cooperation is normal, Adrian observed with wonder. Where different languages and customs are sources of interest rather than conflict. A world where love is seen as strength rather than weakness, Mira added, watching the baby's eyes track the movement of wind chimes outside their window. As Elena departed with her daughter, Mira found herself thinking about the future they'd helped create. Children like Catherine would inherit a civilization where alliance principles had become foundational assumptions. cooperation preferred over conquest, mutual benefit valued over individual gain, building treasured more than destroying. "Do you think it will last?" she asked Adrian as they prepared for sleep in chambers that had become the nerve center of continental governance. "What we've built is bigger than any individual or single generation," Adrian replied confidently. "It's become embedded in how people think about relationships between nations, between communities, between individuals. That kind of transformation doesn't reverse easily. Even if new enemies arise, new challenges that test everything we've established, especially then, every test we've survived has made the alliance stronger, not weaker. Every enemy who tried to destroy us ended up proving our methods worked better than theirs." As dawn approached over territories that hummed with prosperity and cooperation, Mira reflected on the improbable journey that had brought them to this moment of triumph. A peasant girl who saved an old woman in the forest had become a duchess whose vision helped reshape how civilizations related to each other. A supernatural bond created by ancient law had become the foundation for international transformation. Love had indeed proven stronger than fear, cooperation more effective than conquest. The fairy tale was far from over. New chapters would be written by future generations who inherited their legacy. But looking around at the world they'd helped create, Mira knew they had given humanity something precious, proof that better ways of living were possible. Some gifts, she realized, were worth any sacrifice required to share them. Love was the greatest of those gifts. Chapter 25. Ever After. 25 years after that fateful day in Blackwood Forest, Mira stood before the largest gathering in human history. The Great Assembly of Nations filled the vast amphitheater built specifically for this moment, representatives from every inhabited continent, speaking for peoples who had once considered each other alien and incomprehensible. The Universal Declaration of Cooperative Principles would be signed today, establishing their alliance model as the foundation for global governance. Your Grace, Master Chen, the Chinese representative, bowed with respect that transcended cultural boundaries. My Emperor wishes to express gratitude for wisdom that has ended centuries of pointless warfare. Chief Running Bear sends blessings from the American territories, added the representative of the Western nations. The cooperative trading networks have brought prosperity to tribes that once knew only conflict. Similar thanks came from African kingdoms, Australian tribal councils, and island nations scattered across distant oceans. The alliance model had spread through example rather than conquest, proving its value by results rather than rhetoric. But as Mira looked out over the assembled delegates, she found herself thinking not of political triumph, but of personal transformation. The woman who stood here bore little resemblance to the frightened peasant girl who'd rescued an elderly woman from bandits a quarter-century ago. "Ready for this?" Adrian asked, appearing at her side with the ceremonial documents that would reshape human civilization. "I've been ready since the day I chose to stay and fight rather than flee," Mira replied, taking his hand with the same confidence she'd shown in countless crises. The ceremony that followed was deliberately simple. No grand speeches or elaborate protocols, just the systematic signing of agreements that formalized what cooperation had already accomplished. Nation after nation added their signatures to documents that recognized alliance principles as universal standards for international relations. "It's done," Adrian announced as the final signature was completed. "Every inhabited territory has committed to cooperative governance based on mutual benefit rather than competitive domination." The celebration that erupted was unlike anything in recorded history, representatives from hundreds of cultures expressing joy in ways that spanned every human tradition: music and dancing, prayers and ceremonies, feasts and festivals that continued for days as the reality of transformation sank in. But for Mira, the most meaningful moment came when she retreated to the garden where their journey had effectively begun. The memorial grove planted to honor those who hadn't lived to see their vision fulfilled. "Lady Cordelia would have loved this," Elena observed, joining her beside the silver fountain that bore inscriptions in dozens of languages. "She always said that love was the most practical force in politics." "She was right," Mira replied, reading names carved in stone that chronicled the price of transformation. Though I don't think even she imagined how far that principle could reach. Speaking of reaching far, Elena continued with barely contained excitement, I have news that might interest you. The Astronomical Guild reports contact with what appears to be intelligent life beyond our world. The revelation that they might not be alone in the universe added new dimensions to everything they'd accomplished. If other intelligent species existed, their cooperative model might become humanity's calling card among civilizations that had learned to judge races by their treatment of others. Well, Adrian said when Elena shared the news with him, I suppose we'll need to start planning interplanetary alliance networks. Some challenges never end, Mira agreed with amusement. Just when you think you've solved all the problems, the universe presents new ones. That evening, as the celebration continued around them and delegates planned the practical implementation of global cooperation, Mira and Adrian found themselves alone on the balcony, where they'd shared so many quiet moments over the years. 25 years, Adrian mused, studying his hands that bore scars from battles fought with sword and pen alike. Sometimes it feels like yesterday, sometimes like lifetimes. Both, Mira agreed, looking out over territories that stretched beyond any horizon their younger selves could have imagined. The girl who saved your mother in the forest feels like someone I knew in a dream. The woman standing here feels like someone I grew into through choices I never expected to make. Any regrets? Adrian asked, their ritual question carrying new weight after so many years of asking it. Only that we can't go back and tell our younger selves how extraordinary the journey would become, Mira replied, though maybe they needed to discover it for themselves. Would you change anything? Any of the choices that brought us here? Mira considered the question seriously, reviewing decisions that had shaped not just their lives but the trajectory of human civilization, the moments of doubt, the times they'd chosen risk over safety, love over fear, cooperation over conquest. Not one single thing, she said finally. Every mistake taught us something essential. Every victory built foundation for the next challenge. Every choice to trust rather than suspect created possibilities we couldn't have imagined. Through their supernatural bond, she felt Adrian's complete agreement, along with emotions too complex for words. Gratitude, wonder, satisfaction, and above all, love that had grown stronger rather than weaker through decades of partnership. The fairy tale ending, Adrian observed with gentle humor, though I suspect our version involved considerably more political intrigue than most. Our version proved that fairy tale endings are possible in the real world, Mira corrected, if you're willing to work for them. As stars emerged in the darkening sky, painting silver patterns across a world transformed by choices they'd made together, Mira realized their story had become larger than either of them could contain. Children across the globe learned their names in schools that taught cooperation as naturally as reading and writing. Diplomatic academies studied their methods as foundational principles of international relations. Artists created works celebrating love that had literally reshaped civilization. But more importantly, the world they'd helped create offered hope to anyone who believed better ways of living were possible. Proof that individual choices could accumulate into collective transformation. Evidence that love really could conquer fear, cooperation overcome conquest, building triumph over destroying. The life debt that had brought them together was ancient history now. The love that had grown from that obligation had become the foundation for humanity's greatest achievement. And somewhere in the distance between Earth and stars, the future waited to see what other impossible dreams might become reality when people chose love over fear. The story continued, as the best stories always do in the lives of those who inherited their legacy and chose to make it their own. Forever and always. The end. The wedding feast that followed was a celebration worthy of legend. The royal Great Hall had been transformed into something magical, with flowers from every corner of the kingdom creating cascades of color and fragrance. Musicians alternated between court orchestras and folk musicians from the Northern Territories, ensuring the celebration honored both royal protocols and personal heritage. Mira found herself seated at the high table between Adrian and Queen Isabella, facing a hall filled with 300 of the kingdom's most powerful figures. But scattered throughout the formal nobility were faces that made her heart sing, her mother beaming with pride, Martha dabbing at tears with her apron, Sir Brendan raising his goblet in salute. "Nervous?" Adrian murmured during a brief lull in the formal toasts. "Terrified," Mira admitted. "But the good kind of terrified, if that makes sense." "Perfect sense. I feel the same way." Adrian's hand found hers beneath the table, their new supernatural bond allowing her to feel his emotions directly. Love, protectiveness, and yes, a healthy dose of nervousness about their shared future. King Edmund rose to offer the ceremonial toast, his voice carrying easily through the vast hall. "Lords and ladies, nobles and honored guests," he began. "Today we witness more than the union of two remarkable individuals. We witness the promise of our kingdom's future, a future where birth determines opportunity, but character determines destiny." The toast was echoed throughout the hall, but Mira caught the subtle political currents beneath the celebration. Some faces showed genuine approval, others calculation, still others the careful neutrality of those waiting to see which way political winds would blow. "You'll learn to read court faces," Queen Isabella observed quietly. "It becomes second nature after a while." As the evening progressed, noble after noble approached to offer congratulations and assess the new Lady Ravenclaw. Each conversation was a delicate dance of courtesy and evaluation, with everyone trying to determine how this unexpected addition to supernatural nobility might affect their own positions. "Lady Mira," Lord Chancellor Aldwin approached during a break between musical performances. "Might I offer personal congratulations on your remarkable transformation?" "Thank you, Lord Chancellor, though I prefer to think of it as discovery rather than transformation. Such unexpected heritage claims present delicate juridical matters," the Chancellor observed with calculated pleasantness. "One hopes you appreciate how these developments might affect established boundaries." Here was a test, Mira realized. The Chancellor was probing to see if she might harbor ambitions that could destabilize existing power structures. "I understand that heritage provides opportunities, Lord Chancellor, but choices determine outcomes," she replied carefully. "My choice is to serve House Ravenclaw, and through them, the crown protects all subjects regardless of their birth." "Wise words from a wise lady," the Chancellor agreed, though his eyes suggested he would continue watching her carefully. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of an unexpected guest, Alpha Ravencrest, whose territories bordered the northern regions and whose political ambitions were legendary throughout the court. "Lord Adrian, Lady Mira," the Alpha said with elaborate courtesy that couldn't quite hide his calculating assessment. "What a remarkable celebration. I confess myself curious about your plans for the Northern Territories now that your circumstances have changed so dramatically." "Our plans remain what they've always been," Adrian replied with dangerous mildness. "Governing our territories justly, protecting our people effectively, and maintaining the stability that serves the Crown's interests." Of course. Though one wonders how the recent awakening of new bloodlines might affect traditional power balances. The Alpha's gaze fixed on Mira with predatory interest. "Such discoveries do tend to create opportunities for those bold enough to seize them." The threat was subtle but unmistakable. Alpha Ravencrest was fishing to see if Mira might be turned against her chosen loyalties, or if her presence in House Ravenclaw could be used to justify his own territorial ambitions. "The only opportunity I seek, Your Grace, is the chance to serve my people and my husband with honor," Mira replied firmly. "I find that contentment lies in fulfilling one's duties, rather than seeking to expand them unnecessarily." The Alpha's smile grew sharper. How refreshingly provincial. I'm sure such simple virtues will serve you well in the complexities of noble governance. Before the conversation could grow more pointed, musical fanfare announced the beginning of formal dancing. Adrian rose and offered Mira his hand with courtly grace. "My lady, would you honor me with this dance?" "Always," she replied, allowing him to lead her onto the floor where they joined other couples in the intricate patterns of court choreography. "Alpha Ravencrest seems charming," Mira observed as they moved through the dance steps. "Alpha Ravencrest is a snake in expensive clothing," Adrian replied with cheerful bluntness. "He's been angling for Northern Territory expansion for decades. Your awakening gives him new angles to explore." "Should I be concerned?" "Keep your guard up. Here, knowing what people want from you can mean the difference between thriving and becoming a casualty." As the evening progressed, Mira found herself enjoying the celebration despite its political undercurrents. The food was magnificent, the music stirring, and the company, when not actively scheming, genuinely festive. Her mother danced with King Edmund himself, while Martha scandalized the court by teaching several young nobles village folk dances. But it was the moment when she and Adrian stepped onto the balcony for a brief respite from the crowds that truly mattered. "How are you feeling?" Adrian asked as they looked out over the royal city sparkling with festival lights. "Like everything and nothing has changed," Mira replied, leaning into his warmth. "I'm still me, but now I'm me with a title and responsibilities I never imagined. And a husband who loves you beyond reason. That too." She turned in his arms, marveling at how perfectly she fit against his chest. "Adrian, when we go home tomorrow, what will be different?" "Everything and nothing," he echoed her words with a smile. "We'll still govern the same territories, serve the same people, and face the same challenges. But now we'll do it as equal partners, bound by something deeper than political alliance. The supernatural bond, I can feel it constantly. Your emotions, your thoughts, even your physical sensations. Is it always this intense? It will settle as we adjust to each other. But yes, mated alphas share everything. Some find it overwhelming." "I find it comforting," Mira admitted, "like I'm never truly alone anymore." "You're not. For better or worse, you're stuck with me now." "I can think of worse fates," she said, rising on her toes to kiss him. The kiss was interrupted by the sound of someone clearing their throat diplomatically. They turned to find King Edmund approaching with Queen Isabella at his side. "Forgive the interruption," the king said with amusement, "but protocol demands a few final words before you retire as married nobility." "Of course, Your Majesty," Adrian replied, though Mira could feel his reluctance to return to political formalities. "Lord Adrian, Lady Mira," King Edmund's expression grew serious. "Your marriage represents more than personal happiness. It symbolizes the kingdom's commitment to merit over birth, to unity over division. Many will watch your governance for signs of how such partnerships might work." "We understand the responsibility, Your Majesty," Mira replied. "I believe you do, which is why I'm entrusting you with something beyond your current territories." The king produced a sealed document. "Extension of your governing authority to include the borderlands between your current holdings and Alpha Ravencrest's territory." The implications hit like lightning. The king was expanding their power while positioning them as a buffer against Alpha Ravencrest's ambitions. "Your Majesty honors us," Adrian said carefully, "but those territories have been disputed for decades." "Indeed, which is why they require leaders who understand both diplomacy and strength, who can build bridges while maintaining boundaries." Queen Isabella smiled with satisfaction. "Leaders like yourselves." As they accepted the new responsibility, Mira realized their honeymoon period would be brief. Tomorrow, they would return to the north as rulers of expanded territories, facing challenges that would test everything they'd learned about leadership and partnership. But looking at Adrian's determined expression, feeling his strength and love through their bond, she felt ready for whatever lay ahead. They had each other, they had purpose, and they had the backing of the crown itself. It was more than enough to build a future worth fighting for.